Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to good to have everyone here. We'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Williams,
I'm here.
Mayor Pretend Middleton, Councilmember Baker,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Freeman.
Present, and Councilmember Cook shared she'd be a little delayed.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Rist.
Here. All right, thank you. So welcome everyone. Let's get down to work.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council.
Morning.
Christina Riordan, Budget and Management Services Director. And I want to welcome you to our two-day work sessions on the budget. We have a very full agenda for you over the next 2 days. And so we will be walking through today, as it's shown on the screen, we have a revenues presentation that I'll be doing. Our Human Resources Department will be providing you with some information on pay and benefits. Then we'll be talking about our capital improvement plan. And then we have several departments who will be bringing some information about their departmental budgets to you as well. So our Public Works, General Services, Parks and Rec, Transportation. And then tomorrow we have another full day as well. So I encourage you to ask questions, and we're here for information, to provide you with information you need for this proposed budget that you have before you. So I'll get started with our revenues presentation. And so just to, looks like my clicker's not working. So just to get started, thank you. I'll be talking, going over the revenues that are in the proposed budget, the manager's proposed budget, and just as we've talked about in the past, one of the primary funds that we'll be talking about is our general fund, where most of our departments sit. As a reminder, the majority of the revenue sources in that fund, 50% of it is property tax, and about 34% is sales tax. There is a proposed tax rate increase in the proposed budget of 3.85 cents. I will talk a little bit about sales tax projections and our fund balance. And just as a reminder, the overall proposed budget for FY25 is $669 million, with the general fund being at $305 million, which is an 8.7% increase over fiscal year 2024. So on this chart, you'll see a comparison of some of the major revenue sources in the general fund compared with our adopted FY24 budget, where we think we will end the year in FY24, and then what we are proposing for our FY25 budget. So property tax is a $21 million increase over FY24, which is a 16% increase. Sales tax is a $5 million increase, or a 5% increase over FY24. We are projecting to come in slightly under budget for sales tax, which we talked about in our Q3 presentation. Occupancy tax has been strong. We are expecting to come in over budget for occupancy tax at $2.9 million this year. And we have budgeted occupancy tax at $3.3 million for FY25, which is a 51% increase over last fiscal year's budget. The Powell bill is a state formula that we receive for road maintenance. And so for next year, we have that in the proposed budget at $8.5 million, which is similar to what we received in this fiscal year. So the next slide shows a comparison of the last 3 fiscal years to the proposed budget for the major revenue sources. And so it's just kind of a little different slice of some of the information I've talked about already. We talked about property tax and sales tax. One of the other things that other local taxes is also included here, which is really our occupancy tax, heavy equipment, and rental car revenues. State shared revenues is mostly Powell bill. There are a few license and permits in the general fund, And then our charges for services, which is the charges that are departmental revenues. And then intergovernmental revenues, which is a large portion of this is intergovernmental revenues we receive from Durham County. About 5.7 of this in FY25 would be for fire consolidation. And then other revenues are just some of the other revenues, which also includes appropriation to fund balance. So this chart shows you kind of what we've been talking about already, which is the different revenue sources, with general property taxes being the largest portion of revenue in the general fund. Other local taxes includes sales tax, as well as a few other minor taxes that we talked about, occupancy tax being one of them. And then we have, what you can see from this chart is that a lot of our other revenue sources are much smaller. So the funding that we bring in through departments, state shared, intergovernmental, and our appropriation from fund balance is a much smaller share of the general fund revenue sources. Moving on to the property tax rate allocation. As we have talked about, the property tax rate for FY25, the proposed rate would increase by 3.85 cents. That is over last year's. We are proposing that all of that 3.85 cents be dedicated to the general fund. So as you remember, there are several funds that receive a property tax allocation. Only the general fund would be the one that would be only one increasing. So that would bring the total rate to 59.62 cents over last year's rate of 55.77 cents. And the next slide is a snapshot of our property tax base growth. So this is showing the assessed value of property tax. And what you can see here is we have our property tax broken out by real property, which is the largest blue line, then our personal property, and then the very top is the green is our motor vehicles. So as you can see, we've had very sustained growth in property tax. You'll notice the line, the purple line, you see a kind of sharp increase between 19 and 20, and that is a reval year. So that's just a reminder. Next year, FY26 is another reval year for us, but that is what you're seeing in that slide. And this is another kind of snapshot of our property tax projections. This is also shown in our FY25 proposed budget book. The top is showing you the assessed value in the different categories of real property, personal property, motor vehicles, and public utilities. Then you see the different tax rate allocation for the different funds. And then there is a calculation there to show you what the tax rate would be for each of the different funds, what gets appropriated in all of the general fund, dedicated housing, transit, solid waste, and debt service. And finally, at the very bottom, you can see what the tax rate increase, what 1 penny on the tax rate equals. So for next fiscal year, 1 penny of tax revenue would generate $4.27 million, which is an increase over our adopted budget of 4.128. Moving on to how the property tax is allocated across the different funds. This shows you that the majority of our tax rate goes to our general fund, with the debt service fund being the next fund that receives the most tax revenue. As you can see in the chart above, we have also accounted for in this chart, there's the gray line, which shows you the estimated levy. There is a small collection fee that we pay to Durham County for collecting the taxes. And so the bottom line is the estimated net revenue that we receive for each of these funds. This next slide is just showing you the general fund's property tax budget to actual to kind of show you where we are landing with our estimates for property tax. As you can see from the last few years, we had been budgeting less property tax than we were actually receiving, which is that red line is the actuals. In this fiscal year, we expect that green line is our end of year projection to be right on target, which means that our estimate for property tax is more and more accurate, which is good. And then next year is, you'll see there is a increase in the amount of property tax we expect to bring in. Moving on to sales tax. Just as a reminder, sales tax, and we've talked a little bit about this when you had your Q3 presentation, but sales tax is on a 3-month delay. But as of, so the numbers I have for you are not, they're 3 months behind where we are in the fiscal year. So right now in FY24, we are up 0.1% or $98,000 from the prior year collections. And we are anticipating that our end of year collection would be 99 point, I think it's 0.16, which is 0.75 or about $750,000 lower than what we budgeted. Our proposed budget for FY25 is $104.9 million, which is a 5% increase or $5 million from what we had proposed in the adopted budget of FY24. And we have an interlocal agreement, as a reminder, with Durham County for a split of the property tax. That was increased 0.5% this past fiscal year. So it went from 44%, 56% county to 44.5% city, 55.5% county. And here you'll see another budget to actual chart for sales tax, which provides you with a snapshot of sales tax over the last 10 years. As you can see under FY 21, 22, and 23, we had budgeted sales tax significantly lower than where sales tax came in. But in FY 24, we are budgeting closer to where we are actually going to be. So last year when we budgeted, if you remember, for members of council that were on council, we budgeted a 15% increase in sales tax. And part of that was to make up for having been under budgeting sales tax. We are not proposing another 15% increase. We feel like we're kind of where we need to be with sales tax. So 5% is a much more modest growth rate. This slide is really showing you some of the other general fund revenues, the ones that are not as significant as property tax and sales tax. But as you can see, there's this snapshot will show you the FY24 adopted budget, where we think we'll be at the end of, or where we think we'll be at the end of the year, our Q3, where we were at Q3, and then where we think we'll be at the end of the year, and then finally what we've proposed for next year. As we've talked about before, we have kind of a significant increase in occupancy tax, Powell bill. We are budgeting kind of where we received in FY24, and then charges for services has about an 11% increase for FY25 in the proposed budget. Moving on to fund balance. I wanted to talk a little bit about our projected fund balance for FY25, which we often do in this slide. So at the end of FY24, we are projecting to have $76.2 million in fund balance. As you all know, the city's policy is to reserve 16.7% of that, which would be $47 million. 12% would be $33.8 million. And the surplus above the 16.7, which is the city's policy, would be $14.4 million. We are
Can I ask a question about that one? Can you tell me how that 14.4 is derived? I couldn't quite figure out how you got that number. Because if I look at the 16.7% at the end of FY24 is 47 million, right? And there's a large, almost 30 million above that. So where does the 14.4 come from?
The 14.4 is, I was just gonna check we can check, let me check on that and get you an answer. But but the surplus being 14.4, we are projecting to use $8.4 million in fund balance. 4 million of that would be for street maintenance, and then 4.4 would be one-time departmental uses. And then the remaining would be $6 million in fund balance at the end of FY25.
Christina, could we get a slide or some information about like historic numbers on fund balance, just where we've been in the last, 5 years at this point? Because I feel like, I certainly said this, I'm fine with it, but I do want folks to understand that, at least if I'm remembering correctly, this is low for us to be that 6 million after our one-time expenses in road paving. And so I do want the community to understand, because, sometimes folks, we've had to go into fund balance to do certain projects during the middle, an affordable housing project runs over and they need money. And I just want folks to understand that this coming fiscal year, that might not really be an option. And so I would love to see some historic trends on that. Thank you.
Yeah, we can do that. Moving on to our general fund multi-year plan. So this is our financial plan for our general fund. What I will stress in this plan is that it starts out with our FY25 proposed budget, and then we move forward with some, we are usually pretty conservative on revenue estimates. And then, so that is part of the model as well too. So right here we have property tax at 3%. This does not take into any account for any reval. Our sales tax is at 5%. Occupancy tax is at 3%. And then state shared is at 2%, and charges for services at about 2.9%. And then
sorry, Christina, just one question. So I understand you want to budget somewhat conservatively for this multi-year plan. Why would property taxes go down significantly in 2026, 27 from 2025?
property taxes going down.
Yeah, so it shows 151 million in 2025. That's what we expect. And then 2026, 138 million in property taxes.
I think that you're looking at, so there was a new model that was sent out.
Oh, is that okay?
So
That's the slide.
yeah.
That's the slide. Okay,
So
gotcha.
and the issue was, which was that the model that initially received did not take into account the increase in property tax. So that's, yes. So this
Gotcha.
Model is
This is
what it's showing.
I see. Okay, I'm looking at the, thank you.
So there is no significant decrease in property tax, because we're expecting to have the same tax rate as we are in future
Right,
years.
but it's not expected to go down.
It's not expected to go down.
Gotcha, thank you.
So that was the issue with that you got sent. So that was sent out and corrected for everybody yesterday.
You have the, you want to check your email, council members? Good.
And I apologize for that.
Councilmember Javier.
Yeah, and I just want to share, the reason that you go out several years and it looks scary, but that's just because they're projections. It gets harder to project into the future. I just remember when I was the initial slide I ever got as a council member, during my orientation, and I saw that red, and it was even, 6 years ago, we were even not as good at projecting. And so just again, for public's sake, the projections, the further out you go, the harder it is to project accurately. So for anyone watching, all the way out and, further years, no, we're not going to have those deficits. It will get solved, but just a disclaimer, essentially. Thank you.
That is a very good point, is that, yes, we are much more accurate 1 or 2 years out, and then we take the.
Director Riordan, do you have a mic? That's someone up there?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Just making sure.
Are you having a hard time here?
No,
We
you're
were
fine.
trying
I didn't see the green light.
Okay.
I just noticed, so you're good.
Okay. But yes, so yes, that we are probably less accurate in future years, as all models are, but. Okay. Any other questions
Thank
about
you.
this? Okay. Just as a reminder, some of the priorities that we have for our budget is as we move forward in the next fiscal year, one of the things that we do as a budget department is monitor revenues and expenditures. We bring you quarterly reports and we amend the budget if needed. We continue to refine our multi-year financial plan, so we are continually looking at that plan, especially in big areas like personnel, which have a big impact on the budget, or things like property tax, sales tax. Those are things we're constantly trying to get the best information on to provide you with and model for you for years out. We continue to monitor sales tax performance. That is a very volatile, I shouldn't say volatile, but it can be a very harder to predict revenue source than some of our other revenue sources. So we're looking at the best information for that. And then we continue to develop strategies to address multi-year gaps and strategic plan priorities. And then also obviously monitor the impact of our pay and class plan on personnel projections, which will be a big impact for our FY25 budget. So in summary, talking about our revenues, the first thing I'd like to say is our property tax. The proposed rate is 59.62 cents, which is an increase of 3.85 cents over last fiscal year. It generates an additional $24.5 million compared to FY24. And for sales tax, we have a 5% increase over the FY24 budget. And then for our fund balance, we are projected to use $8.4 million, which is a decrease of $5.4 million in FY24. So less than we were using in the FY24 budget. And I'm available to answer any questions.
So I at a very high level, I noticed everything is going up, including obviously the revenues. Is that mainly because of population growth?
Yes, I think that, we have a strong economy, which sales tax is a part of. And then I do think that our property values have been increasing, which is our assessment from our property tax. So that also has, and then occupancy tax, I think, suffered during the pandemic. And so that is something we've seen an upswing in just in terms of the overall hotel and occupancy economy in the city. But I think that the revenue projection is good and strong.
I think also, and I don't want to just brush over the much smaller amount that's going to be left in the fund balance this year. I really want us to really put some focus on how that should shape our behavior in regards to decisions. So I'm just stating it out in the atmosphere to just say again that that's a much lower amount than normal. And the rabbit that the manager has pulled out of the hat in past times may not be happening in the future as much.
Yeah, and I think you heard a little bit about that in the Q3 report, where we had predicted to use quite a bit of quite a bit of fund balance, and so that is the result of that is what you're seeing before you. And I will check that number for you, so I will make sure that my math is right. So thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
All right. Any other questions?
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Director Riordan.
Okay, we'll move on to our Human Resources Department, who's going to bring you an update on pay and benefits.
Good morning. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council persons, and Wanda Page, City Manager Page. Welcome. We have a presentation today. The Human Resources Department will be presenting on pay and benefits. Can I have the next slide, please? Just a few of the topics we will cover. We will talk about pay for performance or merit pay. We will also talk about class and comp studies, just to give you a refresher on that. We'll also provide a benefits and wellness update, as well as answer any questions that you may have. Unfortunately, due to
Director, I'm sorry.
yes,
You are not going to stand up here. You're going to have a seat.
I am going to have a seat, but I'm actually not going to do the
Oh, okay.
presentation.
I was about to say, you're not going to tough that, not today. All right.
No, I'm not doing the presentation. I have an amazing team of people behind me who will be actually delivering the presentation today. So I'd like to introduce Jim Reingruber, who is the Assistant Director of Human Resources, who focuses on our financials. And then I also have Montique McClary, who is the Assistant Director of Human Resources, and she focuses on the employee experience. And then I will, Alicia Hardy and myself will be available for any questions. So thank you. I turn it over to Jim.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me? I always have technical difficulties, so I think I got it placed correctly this morning. So good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Jim Reingruber, Assistant Director in Human Resources. What we're going to go to next is, oh good, it works. Our pay and benefits. So we're going to talk about pay and compensation first. And we're going to start off with pay for performance. So the recommended format for pay for performance is similar to what we've done in previous years. Eligible employees can receive between 4% and 6%, and that depends on their annual performance evaluation and their pay plan that they're on. The big change this year that we've talked about numerous times is that the general step plan employees steps are 5%, where they had been 4% in previous years. So the police, fire, and general step plans are all proposed to be 5% now. And as shown, the projected salary costs for the general fund related to pay for performance total about $7.1 million. So we've talked about the Durham minimum livable wage that year. We started talking about it at the February budget retreat. We did it again at the paperwork session where we presented the update on the class and comp study. So this is a recap. And that new rate of 1958, again, is proposed to become the first step in the adjusted general step plan. Also, to remind everyone, although the current rate's 1846, that's not currently the city's entry level rate for full-time general employees. That's actually $18.81 an hour right now. So let's get into the pay plans again. And you've heard this before, but the guiding principles for doing the project and developing these recommendations were maintaining the integrity of the current plans. So in other words, we're not reinventing the wheel. This isn't creating something entirely new. It was bringing what's in place up to market, which is number 2 on the list, and accounting for internal equity considerations. We just talked about the Durham minimum livable wage, and although that we know that starts us over market, Durham has maintained that commitment to maintaining that Durham minimum livable wage. And of course, all this is part of helping the city recruit and retain the best employees. So summarizing the recommendations for the police and fire plans, which you've already seen again, a lot of this is going to be a recap. These plans were developed by using the 60th percentile of the market minimum for each rank. So there were a few steps added to the plans to account for market at the police rank and the fire driver rank. And again, you've seen this chart before. It shows the proposed percentage adjustments to each rank based on market findings for police. So nothing new with that. And this is the same thing, but for the fire plan. Moving on to the general step plan. Again, these are all reminders. We're proposing using the 60th percentile of the market to be used to establish the market value at step 4. And in the implementation, employees would not be moved down steps. They maintain their current step. And of course, the step spreads are proposed at 5% instead of 4%, like we've talked about numerous times now. So now this is actually newer information. And This came as a result of kind of studying the implementation impacts. And so this proposes something to address a couple of issues that we found that could be issues with implementation. So to set the context, when the steps in the general step plan were maintained at 12 steps, and that again was, so that no employees would lose steps in the implementation. And we also had the step spreads increased to 5% from 4%. That, of course, increased the range width of each pay grade in the step plan. So I'm going to be showing you a chart on a later slide illustrating what this does to market maximums for each pay grade. But spoiler alert, it consistently puts steps 11 and 12 over market maximum. So with that being said, we're proposing this tweak to. And let me stress that nothing would actually change with the previous proposal for the July and August pay actions for this year for employees. So still this year, eligible employees would still move a step, unless of course they're already on the top step, in which case they get a lump sum payment. However, the proposal is after all the dust settles from the market, merit, and reclassification adjustments. The proposal is to inactivate steps 11 and 12 for prospective new entrants. So at that point, the highest step one could move to or be hired into would be step 10. And of course, the market's monitored for changes. So in future years, when the market catches up with the structure, the steps could be reactivated. So there's a couple more slides that address this, and then maybe it might be a good time to stop and see if anybody's got questions about this, since it is a proposed change. But the initial implementation, again, would not change. So it would still look like this, and which this is a chart you've already seen again, showing the percent increases applied to each pay grade and step for employees in the general step plan. But after August 10th, steps 11 and 12 would be inactivated. And what you see there with the yellow highlights, those show the steps at which the pay reaches the market's 60th percentile maximum. So again, you see that steps 11 and 12 are consistently over market. And again, that's a result of going to the 5% steps and keeping all 12 steps. So we're proposing the inactivation of those two steps. And I'm also later going to talk about how this plays into interaction with pay grades in the open range plan and affects a recommendation there.
Before you move, can you say for the market study, what year that is referring to, whether it's 2022 or 23 or 24?
So they collected the study results in November, and right, and then they also applied an adjustment to bring it current to, right, they aged it to July 1st.
Of 20, so 23 to July 1st of 24.
Correct. Any other questions before I move?
Just
on?
one
Yes,
other,
sure.
you mentioned the full-time was 1881. You didn't say what part-time was.
Right. Right, yeah, that's so I'm not sure what the minimum part-time is, but the Durham minimum livable wage doesn't apply to part-time employees.
I thought we did that, yeah. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's let the manager clear it up.
So before we get excited, we have many part-time positions that are comparable to full-time positions. And all of those positions do, the minimum livable wage applies to them. But we do have some part-time positions, that the minimum livable wage does not apply to. And the department can probably talk more about, whether it is, part-time summer youth workers or, those kinds of positions. Is that generally correct, Lethea? Yes.
Exactly, City Manager Page. It's basically like part-time, be equivalent to a maintenance assistant part-time. We're doing mowing, seasonal mowing and that sort of thing. for the Parks and Rec Department that would be covered under the commensurate work to the full-time, and therefore we'd make sure that they are paid a minimum wage for equal pay for the equal work.
Can we get a list of those positions, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
But this is before my time at council, but I thought, as Councilwoman Caballero was saying, I thought several years ago, there was a move to make sure all part-time seasonal employees were also paid the living wage.
What do you mean? What do you mean season? I mean, just.
Could be, right, so, sort of summer employees, but see, so not year-round, but part-time seasonal employees.
So it depends upon the actual position. If it is for a position that we have, maybe seasonal, but we also have that position during the year, then it is paid at, the comparable wage. Can you provide an example of a part-time position that would not be applicable to the minimum livable wage?
A scorekeeper in the Parks and Rec Department, or a recreation aide, where there's no full-time equivalent to that type of work, that complexity of work.
But a summer hiree in Parks and Rec in the camps, because there's the equivalent full-time position, would be making a Durham livable wage.
Exactly.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, because that was, those were the workers who came out in mass, and I would have been fiscal year 19 maybe, or 20, were the part-time Parks and Rec workers who were summer camp counselors, et cetera, which is why I think I certainly bristled. I was like, that was well fought. So, okay, so if you are a part-time employee for the city of Durham, but there is a full-time position that is similar, you will be paid the Durham livable wage. If you are a part-time position, but there's no comparable position, like a scorekeeper at a game, then that does not apply, but we would still like those positions, and I would like to see what wages they are earning. Thank you.
Just one final question. So why would we not pay any city worker the minimum livable wage? On what would be the basis for that?
Yeah. So Alethea, if you wouldn't mind coming. So we have 3 pay bands that are part-time, pay bands, part 1, part-time 2, part-time 3. Is that's accurate? And each one of those pay bands, has a range, a part-time range. So what probably would be helpful is if we just applied the adjustments that we currently have as part of this implementation, and just tell what those ranges would be for those P1, isn't it P1, P3? So the part-time positions are classified according to the work that happens, similar to our full-time, but not exact. And there's some adjustments to those positions as well. So instead of us, predicting what, the amounts would be without them having it here, they can go and provide that before we end either today or tomorrow.
And I'm just asking almost a philosophical question, right? So my understanding was Durham is a living wage city, and so anyone that works for the city would be paid a living wage. So that's my question. So I'd love to see us pay anyone regardless of whether it's part-time, seasonal, whether it's someone has a job that's not equivalent to a full-time. I mean, they're working for the city, they should be paid a living wage. So thank you.
So we will bring some information back. The Parks and Recreation Department has by far the majority of part-time workers. So it will be very easy for them to, determine which ones are working in comparable positions and getting the minimum livable wage, which ones are not, and what the financial impact of making a change would be.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I would also like to see, is the financial impact, because even if it's not a possibility this year, it still needs to be on our radar. Thank you.
Thank you. You can continue.
Great. So moving on to the open range plan and recap here. Unlike the step plan, the open range maintained the current range spread. So all the proposed changes here are due to market adjustments and internal equity considerations. Employees, as in the step plan, are proposed to maintain their position in the range with the exception of executive level positions who are capped at 5% increases. So they lose a little position in their respective ranges. So the part about the executive one, or yeah, right. So again, the employees in the open range that are not classified as executive level would be proposed to keep their same position in the range that that they currently have. Executives, folks or employees classified as executives are capped at 5% increases. So if their pay band went up, you know, if the market showed that should be 10% higher, they get a 5% increase instead of the 10%. Okay, so this shows this shows one proposed change from the earlier presentation. So a few slides back, we spoke about steps 11 and 12 and the step plan being over market. And just to set context here, if steps 11 and 12 were left active and in the general step plan, the maximum points of pay ranges B24 and B25 would exceed the maximum of C41 pay range, and B25 would also actually exceed the C42 maximum. So what we're proposing, in addition to inactivating steps 11 and 12 after implementation this year, is well. So and let me also say these are two separate pay plans, a step plan and the open range plan, and you do accept and expect some variation between these, but in this case, there are certain career progressions that involve employees maybe moving from a B25 to a C41 or a C42. So we felt it was important to address this issue, and so with step 10 being the new maximum, C41 would still have a maximum below B25. So what we're proposing is a relatively minor adjustment to C41 to bring it to parity with B25, and which is similar to how it exists now in the current plan. And so this would actually move the C41 adjustment to a proposed 8.49% increase instead of the 6.62% increase. And this would be the only adjustment that's actually necessary in the open range, because the difference between post change, the difference between C41 and C42 ranges would still be maintained at 5%. So that's really just a long explanation to say that we're proposing to increase C41 slightly to maintain internal equity. So let's see. So this is just a reminder of the classifications that are subject to the 5% cap, the executive cap I just talked about. And this affects a total of 75 positions. So we talked a little bit about part-time, but there is some part-time information we do have, and that is part-time employees who are on the part-time step plan, we just talked about, are proposed to get a 2.5% adjustment, market adjustment based on data from World at Work. And they're also going to be eligible for performance-based increases of 3%. So the city has 224 part-time employees affected by this. And it is applicable to employees who were hired before January 1st, 2024. And people have to be active as of the date of the merit payout. I know you feel like you've probably seen this whole presentation before, but you have seen this implementation timeline before. And just to recap, market adjustments are scheduled to happen first, effective July 1st, and show on the July 12th paycheck. Next, the merit pay pay for performance increases would be applied effective July 13th and showing on the July 26th paycheck. And then finally, anyone being reclassified to a higher level would be effective July 27th and show on the August 9th paycheck. So before we move on to classifications, anybody got any burning questions about the pay part?
So again, on the part-time step plan recommendation, so why would a part-time employee have a different market adjustment than a full-time employee?
So the,
Or pay performance-based increases? Seems like regardless of whether you work full or part-time, seems to me you would apply the same market adjustment or the same performance-based increase. You just have a lower salary because you're working part-time.
Right. With the part-time plan, our recommendation for the 2.5% adjustment parallels the aging factor that we were using for the full-time plan. So it is the same kind of projected rate adjustment for that plan that we are using to adjust for our full-time plan once we've implemented the market findings. We didn't have, part-time wasn't in the study. So we're using the part-time plan that we have now and applying the same adjustment factor.
Based on large, so the World at Work is some kind of larger sort of like database of
Yes.
sort of salaries figures.
A global consulting company, research and consulting company specializing in HR related.
So gotcha on that, but then for the
compensation.
performance-based increases, everyone else is at 5%. So why 3% for just because you're working part-time?
3% is what we've built into that part-time pay plan structure. They have 5 pay steps, and each step is 3% apart.
So why not 5%?
Each step is 3% apart. So when they get a merit increase, that step movement is 3%, similar to in our full-time step plan, whatever the step movement is the same percentage as that step movement.
But I thought for the steps, the full-time, it's 5%.
It is 5. It is different on the part-time. It is 3%.
So again, why a part-time employee would get a smaller percentage?
Hold on one second.
May I speak? So as we talked about this process that we went through for the pay and classifications, we did not recommend any major structural changes as they indicated here. We did do the one for the general step plan, which we have, more than 1,000 employees in, from 4 to 5. We did not recommend for the part-time pay plan that has the 5 steps that there be any change in between those steps, that it would remain at 3%. That was our recommendation. It was already struck. We didn't create it during this process. It was already part of one of the city's pay plans, which was approved previously.
Sorry, we just didn't change that this time, right? Can we look at what the numbers would look like if that was 5%? Same thing we said with the part-time seasonal. Just get some numbers on that.
Again, most of those employees are in the Parks and Recreation Department. We can provide you feedback on what the numbers are.
Thanks.
Councilmember Freeman.
I would just ask, is city council in that pay band as well? And is that livable wage applied to city council?
So I will speak to that. So city council members are in a special elected official pay and by ordinance, by the city's ordinance, the pay for city council and mayor is tied to a link to the minimum livable wage. Until that ordinance changes, that's how we apply.
And to that point, I would
council.
just like to make sure that we figure out how to make sure that the rest of the staff is tied to that same livable wage ordinance as well. I just want to echo Councilmember Risk in that regard. But I did have questions on C42. And I'm trying to follow, you're saying if we move up from the 6.62 to 8.49, does that mean that all the rest of those are increasing? Like, is C42 going to meet C43 as well? Like, how's that?
So when C41 changes, the difference between C41 and C42 is still going to be significant enough to
5%.
just leave it as it is. So the rest of the structure doesn't change. It's just a proposed change to that one pay grade, C41.
So the actual percentage is only on the step side. Is that what I'm trying to follow, because if you increase, I don't see how that flattens.
It's, well, the increase, the change in the increase is to, and I don't have a slide in here that shows this well, but is to make the difference between B25 and C41. So B25 is in the step plan, and C41 to basically bring them, because B25's maximum was above C41's maximum, and this would remedy that. Not by much, but the current difference isn't much either. So it just sort of brings things up to kind of where they are now, basically.
It just felt like, I know that compression word has come in quite a few times, and it just felt like that was going to create the same thing.
It compresses somewhat, but it doesn't compress past the point where it becomes a problem.
And then I was just trying to figure out, how does, I guess, time on the job factor into this? So
It's not a factor in this necessarily, because this all depends on where people are currently. So they're back in the previous study, I believe the implementation involved really looking at time and job and setting people correct at that point. So that was a previous implementation feature, but with this one, this is proposed to, basically that right size people at the time, and now this kind of, just for the market changes currently. So
thank you.
all right. All right, so now we're going to move on to the new classifications proposed through this project. And this is actually part of an agenda item you'll be seeing at your June 6th work session and voting on it to June 17th council meeting. So city ordinance requires that council approve all new classifications. So the proposed additions that you're being asked to consider in the agenda item are in column 3 of the tables up here, the ones that says new classifications. And you'll see on the next several slides. One other note, you'll hear me say jobs, you'll hear me say classes, you'll hear me say classifications. For the purposes of this presentation, those are all synonymous words. So just keep that in mind. And the first 2 columns on these tables just kind of better set context for the proposed new classifications. As a reminder of the structure of the classification plan, so as shown in the first column there are job families such as public safety support, and a job family is a grouping of related jobs or classifications that share a similar occupational field and career path. And a job series is a subset of a job family, and that's where the work is even more closely related. So by example, the public safety support family that's showing up there currently has 2 job series. It has the police records job series, and it has a very broad series called public safety job series. The classification proposals, or the proposal here is to break out that broad public safety job series into 4 new job series called evidence, crime scene, forensics, and crime analysis. And then each series has classifications, and those classifications are listed there in column 3. I should note there's also 2 new standalone classes that are broken out, the victim advocate and traffic investigator. And that just means they don't have kind of different levels if they're standalone. So
Mr. Reingruber, just a question on that one. So give me an example. So for the victim advocate or traffic investigator, these 2 new classes created. So what would those look like when we look at the A12 or B? Would those also be in that same? How would they be in terms of numbers? How would those be identified?
That's a kind of a separate question from what we're looking at here. So that's these are what we're showing here are the new classifications proposed. We don't have the pay bands here listed for them, but that is going to be part of the conversation.
Madam Manager.
Yes. So I'd like to make sure that we are really clear here as to how jobs, regardless of the title, but the content of the job gets slotted into the pay structures. And we build, whenever we have new classifications, depending upon how new they are. For example, traffic investigator is brand new. So there has to be a job description that's very, very detailed that then allows us to compare the responsibilities, what is required in that job to other jobs, maybe not an identical job, but the decisions that have to be made in those other jobs, and then place them in one of the pay bands. That is what happens. The reason you don't see the pay bands all here is because that work with our consultant is still ongoing. It is still going on at this time.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. Can you also just share, so it's, I can probably guess, but it's saying job family, but it's not telling me which department. So which department do these classified positions live?
So they live somewhere specific, but typically, if the ones that we're creating here, we can tell you where they are. Certainly the public safety support in this particular context is in the police department.
Thank you. So I appreciate this. I would just say that I'm not, and I understand we're getting this at a work session. So I guess for us, this is just an update, and y'all are not looking for any kind of direction, or this is just, do you understand what I'm asking? Thank you.
So this is a preview to a agenda item that is in the hopper right now, because the council by ordinance does approve new job classifications. And so that will come in an agenda item.
And it is then up to us to decide where those positions live if we're determining the classification as well, or no?
Just the classification itself.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Just so I'm clear, today we have a number of employees who are under public safety support, and after this, they will be a victim advocate, they will be a traffic investigator, they will be an evidence technician, and sorted out more specific to their actual job title.
That is correct, as long as the council approves the new classifications when you receive that agenda item, which is on the next cycle.
And that's the proposal.
That is the proposal, yes.
And that's based on the consultant's work of looking at all of the comparison cities.
That is correct. And certainly there are employees who do these jobs, and whether these classifications in totality are approved or not approved, the employee will still continue to do the work that is required of them. But this gets us more we went from a very large number of positions, over 400 different positions back in 2019, down to some 200 plus positions. This is sort of getting us more right-sized again to make sure that the job, the names, the classifications that people are working in are comparable to other organizations, or more closely linked to, so that they can identify with, instead of just being public safety support, they really are a traffic investigator, because that's what they do. But the work that they're doing is not significantly changing, but it's just us tweaking the system so that it makes more sense.
So in general, would the recommendation, if approved, result in more job classifications? Thank you.
Great. Yeah, 56 more to be exact. So, yeah. And it's sort of different from area to area. So if you see like in internal audit on job family on this slide, some are being retitled, and so that's just retitling is usually done to align existing jobs logically if something new is added, like in this case internal auditor. So it just aligns the other job names in there with the new one. And just this goes on and on. But as you can see, you know, it crosses a number of job families. And we've got an explanation in the middle column there that sort of just gives the broad stroke of what we're doing. And well, that didn't quite fit on the slide very well, but this is another example of a new job series, in this case for solid waste as part of the maintenance and operations job family, and the 8 broken out classifications that are proposed to go in that series. So that's one of the big changes. So we have a number of administrative classifications also affected by these proposed new classifications. Some of these are, you know, just breaking out areas where there was a very broad classification. And again, that's most of what is being proposed here, is taking that to, you know, like the city manager said, we took over 400 down to 240, and this is adding 56 back to sort of just better, you know, define the positions that we have with the city.
Thank you. So with this, these are just, it would be up to departments then to, because we're not adding positions necessarily, it's just the title essentially. So it will be up to different departments internally to align folks with that title based on the positions that they already are given.
You mean?
Go for it.
Okay. So,
Sorry, Wanda, you know I'm going to geek out on this
Yeah.
stuff. Sorry.
So in reality, we set the structures in place with the different classifications with the help of HR. And in this case, because we have the consultant on board, we ensure that the new classifications fit into the pay plan where they're supposed to fit. That is why the work with the consultant is, you know, a little more a year, so that we can make sure that we, you know, even though we have very expert people here, we can also have that outside look as we are, you know, starting new with this, you know, new set of classifications, which is back up to probably close to 300 now. But we are a large organization. We are doing work that we weren't necessarily doing in 2019. You know, as well as some of the work that we do has been changed because of technology and other reasons. You find some of those in, you know, in multiple places here. Technology architect, we now, that is a position that didn't exist in 2019, but it is a position that we need at this point. It is a new position, and when we go out to the market to try and find, you know, the appropriate employee to do that work, it needs to be a position that we actually have in order to hire them into it. In some situations, you may see a position that is being added that no one is going to be in, but it is maybe a serial position that is needed as a, you know, as an opportunity between two positions or something like that, like a manager, you know, a job family that doesn't have a position that they need, but may not be anybody specifically in it at this point.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because in our budget, I'm just trying to understand the positions added total. I mean, I would like to understand because if I'm remembering correctly, 3 positions are listed, right? And so, but I'm confused because it seems like there's more positions being listed than what we were told. What I'm remembering is that there's 3 positions being added in planning, and that's being paid by fees. So
you can look at these positions as somewhat reclassifications.
That's
it's
what I'm,
no,
okay.
yeah.
So it's not there's not positions being added, so it doesn't have a fiscal impact. That's what I want to understand.
There's no new people
that's what I meant by positions
that are coming into the city related to these classifications. They're people or positions that are already here that are getting refined. The 3 new positions probably are in positions that already exist, the 3 new ones. So these would be positions that are just being basically reclassified.
So everything should be done. What we should be anticipating or expecting is everything will be done internally within that department, and how they move their people or align their people to the new classified.
I keep hearing you say within that department. It is within the department, HR, and the city
Right,
manager's
but
office.
if it's
Yeah.
being listed as planning services, then I can expect that that's going to be planning department. That's why I was asking around.
Yes.
Right. So that's why can we also get then the department that is, because there's basically a column missing on this slide, which is which department? Thank you.
Councilmember Rist.
So just following up on that. So, and again, well, first of all, I just want to thank you all. This is a massive amount of work, recognized. So manager, staff, consultants have done an amazing job. So within all this, as Councilwoman Caballero was saying, so then in each department or somewhere, whether manager or consultants would also identify for these new classifications or for ones that are being kind of revised, will assign a pay band to that.
That is an administrative responsibility and obligation that we do. We will be doing that, yes.
I think you answered the question with Councilmember Caballero. So basically, the risk management, where there's going to be risk management analyst, proposed to be risk management analyst associate, risk management analyst, risk manager senior. That implies a different skill level that would be determined by the appropriate department.
Again, you say the appropriate department. We say it is a team. It is the department that actually performs the services and hires employees. It's the HR department with their expertise on human resources and the overall management of the pay and classification systems, as well as the deputy city manager's office, as we sort of, have oversight in a way on how the organization grows and where employees, are placed within departments and across departments. So it is the departments. Well, first of all, some of these reclassifications or new titles, there are people who are already, they're employees already working in those jobs, and nothing is going to change except for the name of it. And then there are some that, there may be a reclassification of an employee whose job has changed. Maybe they were a risk management analyst, and the job now needs to be a risk management senior or something of that sort. But it is a combination of the department, HR, and the manager's office as to, where individual employees lie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for this work. I think, first of all, I'm glad that we made the distinction. These aren't FTEs. These aren't new people. They're new ways of looking at people. And if one of the complaints we've heard from employees, imagine the frustration of you getting a paycheck for a job and you look at the person next to you and you realize you're doing basically the same thing they are, but you're making less money simply because you're called different things. And we as a government say to you, we can't pay you more because this is your title. What this is doing is simply giving us more tools to achieve equity across the organization. So we can't say to folk, well, we can't pay you that. In the de facto sense, you're doing a job that gets a higher paycheck, but because this is your title, this is just simply allowing us to be more equitable, have more tools in what we call people, which opens the door to pay them more fairly. So I want to I think it's important to say that we're not backdooring FTEs. We've looked at this is a result of us looking at our organization and realizing that there are some people who need to be called something different so we can pay them differently. So I want to thank you for that work, and it's really important. And alas, I know last time we kind of truncated, we lost positions, and good, healthy organizations look and make adjustments where they need, and this is part of that process. So I want to thank you for the tremendous amount of work you've done. I look forward to proving this when it comes before us. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, the last pay study was in 2019? And I would just say that I know some of the folks from solid waste have made the request around making sure that these separations were made. I'm sure others have as well. So I know that these classifications, the sorting is based on the specific jobs that people are doing. They didn't feel like they matched up. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. One more.
So this is a sort of future looking question. So should we be planning on another comp and class study in 5 years? I mean, the market's changing dynamically, right? So how often does the city have to think about, serious about doing one of these studies? It's probably.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, so typically class and comp studies are done every 3 years. We want to get through this one, and certainly we will evaluate where we are and make a recommendation on the next when we feel like, the market has shifted enough where we need to make a change.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Montique McClary. I'm the other Assistant Human Resources Director. You all, what I'm about to talk about, the benefits and wellness updates, you have already saw the proposed benefit package and approved those contracts in April. So this is a quick recap of some of the most impactful benefits that the city offers. And before I get into my slides, I'd like to talk a little bit about what changed with our benefits and wellness packages. So the plan design changed to meet the needs, and this is the benefits. The plan design changed to meet the needs of employees that lived outside of the accountable care organization, and you'll hear me refer to the term of ACO, service area. This model allows employees to have lower out-of-pocket costs for their deductibles and co-payments if they choose an ACO provider. This unique plan design allows employees to go to an ACO provider, but still have in-network access to Aetna's broad national PPO network, which is our tier 2 providers, and additional out-of-network providers. So we expanded it so that anyone living outside of the area could still reap the benefits of the tier 1, basically, at a lower cost. Another significant change was the basic control formulary, which improved pharmacy discounts and rebates. And that is something that is significant, and it's very important. Employees can receive their medications at some prescriptions at 0 cost, but others at a very good cost. Next, Superior Vision is our vision provider. The benefits match the current dual benefit plan, where employees have the option to choose between a high or low plan. The alternative high plan differentiated by an enhanced coverage for allowing members to obtain glasses and contact lenses in the same plan year. And lastly, the First Responder Peer Support Program, which is something very new, and Aetna is fully funding this at 100%. This program focuses on prevention, intervention, and aftercare, and provides a full scope of 24/7 confidential, trauma-informed services to first responders and their families. This scope of services includes access and referrals to counseling, coaching, training, and education, and resources related to finances, fitness, marriage, parenting, and much more. So I'll get right into my presentation. So the first slide, we're going to talk a little bit about the health coverage. And again, this is just a refresher. The city offers 2 levels of the health plan, Aetna Whole Health Plus and Aetna Whole Health. This table shows premium costs that employees are responsible for per month and shows historical information back to 2020. The city has continued to offer a no-cost option for employees for many years, and this is proposed to continue in FY25. Employee-only coverage on the Aetna Whole Health Plan is fully covered by the city. Based on claim experiences and relative costs of each plan, a 4% increase in employee-paid premiums is proposed for Aetna Whole Health Plus plan for FY25. As you see, this results in monthly premium increases between $3.06 and $16.74, depending on coverage selected. Employees on the Aetna Whole Health Plan who select a coverage other than employee only are proposed to have a 2% increase in monthly premiums, resulting in increases between $2.01 and $3.69 per month. The city continues to value wellness as a benefit, and our partnership with WebMD will continue. There are a few changes for the coming fiscal year. In order to receive the wellness rate for health insurance, the 2 requirements from the previous plan year again apply. Employees must get a biometric screening completed, and if their spouse is also on city insurance, the spouse must also have a biometric screening completed. There are a variety of options for doing this. For employees, there are on-site clinics each year that employees can sign up and have it done at city facilities. For spouses and employees, they can visit a patient service center or have a form filled out by their private physician. Employees must also complete 3 additional wellness activities. The city offers a variety of options, including in-person events, virtual events and trainings, and departments can even propose their own challenges or events to be counted. Things like flu shots, preventive screenings, exercise tracking, and other normal fitness activities also count. New for this year, but something that we have done in the past, is the requirement to have a health assessment completed. Again, if the spouse is on city coverage, both the employee and spouse must complete this. It's a relatively simple questionnaire that provides immediate feedback to the employee with ways to improve their overall health and well-being. In the past, the incentive for completing requirements was those not meeting the requirement had to pay an additional $20 added monthly to their payroll deductions for insurance. This will increase now to $30 per month. The city continues to look for new ways to promote wellness with employees, which benefits both the city and employees. This concludes my presentation, and we are happy to take any questions that you might have.
Colleagues? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you so much. Good to see you. No question, just a bit of a statement. I know we're wrestling with the amount of money, hard cash, that we pay our employees, and we're working hard to do right. Most of us, however, our calculus for our families and for our lives involves more than just money. A lot of us make decisions based, if we have children, based upon the benefits, how they'll be covered. There's a lot of variables that go into the calculus. I just want to say that I travel all over the state, talk to a lot of people in different municipalities. Durham has one of the best benefit plans in the state of North Carolina, bar none, as a city. I've heard, even for folk that have been yelling at me across the table about money, many of those conversations have an asterisk next to it. However, the benefits are really good. When I went to there's a quote from somebody, when I went to that prescription to get that prescription filled, and they handed it to me, I didn't have to pay anything for it. That's when I realized, the situation. So just a bit of a commercial. While, we have work to do, absolutely, in terms of hard cash compensation. I do want to just congratulate the city and you folk who run point for us on this, for really crafting one of the best benefit plans for our employees in this state, bar none. And I'll have that debate with anybody, anywhere. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you. I guess real quick, just an operational question. Is there an app that I'm missing out on that Aetna provides?
I don't have.
It is? Okay. I need to find that and download it,
Look
because
this up for you.
I'm struggling. I forget the website all the time.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you all. Madam Manager. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As our employees that are making presentations may be leaving the space, so some may stay, some may leave. I want to thank the HR department for having a lot of big projects on their plate. You've seen the results of 2 of them. We had 18, I believe it was 18 contracts in order to deliver these benefits that you just heard about, as well as hours and hours and hours of work with the consultant, with departments, with employees. on working on our compensation and classification study, and that work is still ongoing. So as they are taking their seats, or if they leave before I have a chance to speak again, I want to thank them, thank all the departments that they've worked with, because the HR department is one of the smallest departments that we have, and they serve every day 2,800 employees for day-to-day things as well as projects that they have on their plate that are of great significance. So thank you, Rob and Wynn, as well as your whole team.
Yeah, thank you all so much. All right.
We are, so Christina Riordan, Director of Budget and Management Services. I will back before you to talk about our capital improvement plan. But before we get started with that, I did check my math on the fund balance slide. And so I think that there was a step missing in the slide that I showed you. So the $76.2 million is our FY23 audited financial fund balance. So that's in the end of FY23, we had 76.2 million. After we, sorry.
So it's not the projected end of this.
It's not the
fiscal year.
projected end of this year. So I think what we should have intended to show you was the FY24 projected, which is after our Q3, after we do all of our calculations for what we're going to spend in fund balance and where we think we're going to end the year, we'll be at $61.4 million. And if you minus that from the 47 million, you get the 14.4 million.
And the 47 was the figure, that's the sort of
16.7 of the FY24.
Okay.
So we will get that slide corrected, and my apologies
Thank
for
you.
that. So, okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our capital improvement plan, and just to let you all know, we do have department directors here as well too. So I just want to kind of start out by saying I am not an expert in many of these projects, but we have planned the day so that we have many of our departments that are heavy CIP provide a lot of the CIP projects will be here today to kind of answer questions as well too. But I am going to give you a very brief overview of our recommendations for the FY24 CIP or capital improvement plan. What am I doing wrong? Okay, I just do not have any luck. Sorry. This is not working either. What you want? Is it just? My apologies. Okay. So just to start out as a reminder, our CIP is a 5-year plan with annual updates, and each year. We have a committee that gets together to rank the projects using a scoring tool, which we provided you after the last retreat. And that scoring tool considers several factors and emphasizes equity. So projects are scored. And then we also wanted, just as a reminder, the plan is subject to annual review and reprioritization, depending on the current needs and changing circumstances of the city. So we don't just set it for 5 years and we do go back and look at it every year. So for the FY25, our CIP process just—
Sorry, real quick. Regarding, could you go back one slide? Where is the, where it says emphasizing equity, where is that scoring rubric? Where could we find that?
So we provided it after the last retreat to council members. And we
Okay.
I also have some, I'll have some information further on in the presentation about some of the, but it's the actual tool I think that we provided to council. We can actually do that again if you prefer to see it again, so that you can kind of see how the scores break out. But I'll provide some of the prioritization that we use in that tool.
Thanks.
So in FY25, our CIP process, just as a reminder, our departments start handing in their CIP requests in January. Then we take February and part of March. Our BMS department, in partnership with our finance department, that committee that I've talked about, departments come and present and meet with the committee members. We look at the scoring matrix. There is resident participation on that committee as well too. To help with that process, we come up with a recommendation that we submit to the city manager, and also do that with the help of our deputy city managers. And then in May, we are presenting that recommendation to city council as part of the proposed budget. So I think this is the prioritization factors that you were looking for, Mayor Williams. So this is part of the tool. It looks at several factors, equity being one of them. It's a score of 100. The equity score is 25.3 is a perfect equity score in the tool. But other factors that are used are health and safety, economic prosperity, the environment, community building, internal collaboration, community collaboration, project readiness, and then legal and regulatory, and then resource management. This is a tool that was developed, in combination with looking at some of what other cities were doing, and then also reaching out to, stakeholders within the city and residents to kind of come up with these factors as part of the tool that scores these projects.
Thanks, Ms. Riordan. And so in that tool, the committee that makes these sort of like assessments of each project, right? This is largely a qualitative. This is not a quantitative score, right? It's sort of assessing and sort of giving some kind of number, right? But it's not a quantitative thing like based on, I don't know, dollars or numbers. It's a qualitative assessment.
Yes,
Correct.
so there's a score that each project will get, and then that score is used as part of the recommendations. That's not the only thing that comes into play. Sometimes there are projects that are moved up depending on something that needs to happen within the next fiscal year, or is a priority for another reason that doesn't score well in the tool. So there are some things that are, it's not purely score based, but yes, that's the majority of what's going on.
So looking at this, how does it break down between something that would have impact on commercial versus residential?
You mean the project
Like is this
itself?
a general, is this tool used in general for just project? Does it, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if you're looking at a project, a CIP project that would, if you're looking at the actual CIP project, it would have a different impact on whether it's a commercial district or commercial area versus a residential area. And I'm wondering if that plays a part in what projects are scored higher versus lower.
Yeah, and there is some of that economic prosperity, is part of that. And so, or economic, so that would be part of that score, that overall score. And so each of these pieces make up a portion of that 100% score.
Can I just also add that this is not just this is a team of folks, both residential and commercial, who come together to come up with, or to go through the projects. It's not like it just happens in a vacuum. So there are folks from the community as well who are involved in the process.
Yeah, I think that.
Who have that difference of an interest in it.
Okay, I think this is something I'm going to look further into. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. This gives you an overall picture of part of the department request, funding requests the department's asked for in FY25. This is probably the list that you would see in the first column of the ones that you saw at the retreat. And then this is our the recommended funding by department, which is totaling up $84.7 million. So I wanted to give just kind of a highlight of some of the things. I will be showing you the entire list with the scores on it, but I just kind of wanted to provide a highlight of some of the things that are in the overall recommendation for FY25. So we do have several park, trails, and recreation projects. A reminder that there's $5 million in the FY25 CIP for soil remediation in our parks. We have several rail trail and trail repair projects. We have something for there's two projects connected to the downtown Durham Rail Trail, and another for the Roxborough Rail Trail. There is some LED lighting for fields and courts. The Hillendale Golf Course is another project that will be coming forward in the FY25 proposed budget. It has a program called Swing Pals that serves underserved students and so they will be doing some investment in that golf course that will benefit that program. And then also some playground and accessibility improvements as well too, that we would like to provide to our community. Moving on to some of the transportation and infrastructure projects that are in the FY25 CIP. You will see some bridge, street, and sidewalk repair. Some of the street and sidewalk repairs are pulled out as part of the bond referendum, but we do have several projects that will be moving forward in FY25 as part of that. Pedestrian and cyclist safety measures, and then there is $500,000 for the Mangum-Roxborough two-way conversion design. There are also a number of facility projects. We are, as a city, there are several items that we own as a city that we need to take care of. And so those are things that we consider a priority for our FY25 CIP. So our Public Works Operations Center, there is $16 million in the proposed FY25 CIP. There are also some solar panel and EV charging station projects. The Durham Armory, there is a proposed project in the FY25 CIP for a floor replacement in that facility. And then our Morgan Rigsby parking deck, some upfit for some of the vacant storefronts that are in that parking deck.
Hey, Christina, with respect to the armory, is there something statutorily that prevents us from putting a new sound system in there as well while we're doing the floor? What is that?
I don't know if our General Services Department is here to talk about that. But I don't have enough knowledge of that to say anything about that, but we can get back to that.
Wait, Mr. Walcutt.
Oh, sorry.
There's a new one in there now.
Is there? Yes. Who's running? Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Thanks.
There's a problem recently.
Thank you.
Moving on to our enterprise funds. So we do make a distinction between our general CIP projects and our enterprise fund projects. And part of that distinction is because these projects are normally funded out of these particular funds. So our water sewer projects, we have some system rehabilitation, future water supply. Our Southeast Regional Lift Station is part of the proposed FY25. And then our stormwater, some retrofitting, drainage repair, watershed planning, and then a project for our solid waste department related to our transfer station. So as promised, I know this is a little small, but I know council has received this in their packets. So this is the entire list of proposed projects for FY25. This list is arranged by the score, and then you'll see the equity score next to it, and then the department that is in charge of the project, and then the appropriation for FY25. And then I'll move on. This is the second. And you'll notice there are some on this list, like our fleet, which is our fleet maintenance replacement. That does not receive a score. That is something that we have committed to as part of our maintenance replacement plan. And then our IT governance projects, I'm going to show you a slide on both of those in this presentation. That goes through a separate process, so it's a different scoring process than this one. So these are a list, a breakout of the IT governance projects. So our technology services department puts together this list and solicits proposals from departments and makes a recommendation to our IT governance committee and to the manager. So these are the list proposed projects for FY25. And then these are the list of our enterprise fund plan projects. As I said before, projects under water sewer would come out of the water sewer fund, stormwater would come out of our stormwater fund, and then our solid waste would come out of our solid waste fund. So that's the distinction with these projects. And then moving on to our FY25 fleet replacement. This is a breakout of what is proposed for the FY25 CIP. The general fund, you'll notice that there are some will say pay-go next to them. That means that we are going to pay outright for those from those different funding sources. And then there are several that are debt funded, like our general fund and our solid waste fund. So these are what will be used for to replace our fleet in FY25. And then I did want to mention the bond referendum. I know we had some discussion at the last work session. This is just a reminder of what is included in the bond referendum that you all will be working towards in November. There are some parks and recreation projects, our Farmer Wheels Fun Park and East End Longmeadow Park. And then they're under the streets and sidewalks. There's new sidewalk projects, street paving and maintenance, sidewalk repairs, and the unpaved road projects.
Could you, and this probably would be a director, could you just refresh me on how long would it take to repair a panel of a sidewalk? Just one panel block.
One panel block. I am not the person probably to
Right.
ask, but I will see.
That's
if
why I say it
our
would probably be a director.
Public Works Director can come up and answer that.
And probably elevating that question to a higher level is, how long do you force, what type of timelines are we looking at when it comes to sidewalk repair for, I don't know, maybe a mile or something?
Marvin Williams, Public Works Department. So it really depends on the mile. It depends on what's causing the need for the repair. If it's trees that have damaged the sidewalk, we need to work with General Services, with urban forestry to address the tree issue first. But typically sidewalk repairs for a mile, it could be several months because we have to work through, like I said, the tree issues, any utility issues, if there are drainage issues, property owners, there's a variety of things. So it's hard to give you a definite timeline because it really depends on the location.
Understood. So I would assume that once we, let's say the bond pass, we'll have an idea of what those funds could cover and how realistically, I guess, an assessment of what the bond would go toward. We will have a better, more detailed timeline then.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we'll start working on a very general idea of what the projects will look like, both for sidewalk repair and street paving. But we won't move forward with actually finalizing that until we see if the bond actually passes.
Sounds good. We'll continue. Colleagues, we'll take a break after this section.
Just, I guess for future requests, is it possible to map, like a GIS map of where those locations might be as well?
Did you get that, Director Williams? Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, and then we were asked as part of the last work session to talk about the impact of the bond referendum funding on CIP. So this list is just to show you what was requested in FY25 and then what was taken out as part of that process. So these are things that will be covered by the bond project. So this freed up $57.6 million of the requested amount. I can't say that every single thing would have ended up in our recommendation, because the way that we did the recommendation, by the time we were making the recommendation, council had already decided that we were moving forward with the bond. So there wasn't a clear process of like, we took something out to make room, but this gives you a sense of the overall impact of the bond just in the FY25 amount. So, and as we talked about at the work session, or Director Flora talked about, there's also a future impact as well too, because a lot of these projects are multi-year. So this will also impact the capacity in future years as well too.
Just to confirm, to understand, so what you're saying, Director Riordan, is that we've got 57 million plus that was in the former CIP budget for 25 that's now moved to the bond.
Yeah, it was in the requests.
The request, right?
Yes. So
isn't the request not in the
It wasn't in the recommended at that point because we didn't do it. You know, we already knew that we were moving forward with a bond by the time we were finalizing the recommendations. But yes, this kind of gives you a sense of the impact if we had to fit these projects in.
And this would have been a single year, this is not multi-year, it's single year, right?
This is a single year, yeah.
And so if I have the numbers correct, I looked back at the March retreat. So at the March retreat, you were recommending about 104 million in the CIP budget for fiscal year 25.
Well,
Correct.
it wasn't a recommendation. It was just showing you what departments had requested.
Right. That was the budget we were looking at. It was 104 million in the CIP for 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now the revised budget we just saw a few slides ago is 84 million for the CIP for 25.
That is the recommendation for 25. So what you saw at the retreat was really just what was all requested by departments. And then we always have a process where we make recommendations based on what we can afford and what, you know, based on that scoring. So departments may ask for more than we can actually deliver in 1 year based on what the funding we have available.
Madam Manager.
Every year that happens.
So Christina's done a great job, but I wanted to just sort of come in and clean up. I'm going to clean up today. But certainly whenever we have a process, all of our departments are going to submit requests. And that is all you saw in March. So we were not making a recommendation. Actually, the finance department was still working on the capacity because we actually have to determine the capacity to apply additional funding to projects before we have a complete list of what could be fit in. And they were working on that, during that time. They completed it, and our capacity was about $84 million. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
But it was more than that requested because departments don't even know what the capacity is when they're requesting new funding for projects, ongoing projects, and for new projects.
That's helpful. So then the 57 million plus we see here, is that all taken out of that, what was requested in the 104? That was, okay. Thank you.
Yes. And
And just to piggyback off of that, when I look at the requested versus recommended, it looks like there are a few departments where the department funding request was substantially higher than the recommended funding. But it looks like in this case, the bond would potentially make up some of the difference specifically in the Parks and Recreation Department, because it looks like they are receiving just slightly over half of their funding request. But if the bond were to be put on the ballot and passed, that would make up some of that difference.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and obviously you see here the former Wheels Fun Park is here. The FY25 amount was 5.6 million, but the overall project is larger than that. So.
Okay, and then I just had one quick question regarding some of the scoring. So just one of the items, the Hillendale Golf Course, looks like it maxed out on the equity score, and that's because it would specifically go toward improving facilities that would be used towards equitable programming. Is that,
yes.
Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. So
Okay.
because they had that particular program, the equity score, it did score higher. And the part of that was because of that program that it's going to be benefited by those improvements.
Thank you.
Really excited to see that. It's over 400 kids. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are we going to see a list of like the green and equitable projects?
So the green and equitable, that half cent, we are not doing green and equitable projects this year. So it's a cycle of
Every
on and
other?
off every
Okay.
year. So you're not seeing those like you saw last year.
Okay. And then
But the funding is still there, being reserved for that purpose.
okay, but we just won't reintroduce new things because it needs that time to basically complete. Okay, so we would expect it next year for new projects.
Yes. That's
So essentially we're anticipating like a longer delivery cycle, essentially, on projects, right? Is that what you're essentially saying?
Or, well, it's also to the ability to kind of have 2 years of funding as well too.
Okay.
you know, when we go back out to do those projects and do that.
So we just have a larger pool of money to
We'll have
be
a
able to
larger-
do. Okay,
have a
got it.
larger pool of money.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Grace Stone King, Business Service Administrator in the City Manager's Office. Another reason for that is actually to have a longer term engagement with the neighborhoods. We found last year that in evaluating the program that we just needed more time to really deeply engage for project ideas. So that's just another reason why we're doing every other year.
Okay, thank you. At some point, are we gonna get, this is from several years ago, and I don't know I don't know if my request is going to be able to be given, but when we initially talked about an infrastructure bond, that might have been fiscal year 20, there was a list of, like, staff came together with a list of about $55 million of projects that had not, either were just way down the CIP or there wasn't capacity in the CIP. And that has kind of informed our green and equitable infrastructure projects. It's informed, I think, our CIP moving forward. I would love to see kind of just what those initial projects were, and I can go look for it, but if just that slide that listed those, it was $50 or $55 million. So we can see how has it been embedded in the CIP, where some of those ideas went. Because I think there's some things in there, you know, I'll name it, the recycling sorting facility. That was a thing that was listed. I haven't seen it listed in a CIP since then. It hasn't shown up in a green and equitable infrastructure cycle. And so I don't want to lose the thread on some of those things, because I think they're important. So just if council could see what that initial list and maybe just an asterisk of this has actually been incorporated or this kind of just hasn't moved forward at all. Thank you.
Madam Manager.
Yes, I do recall, we had a lot of discussion when the decision was made to go with the half set for green and equitable infrastructure. And there was very distinct presentation by category of a lot of different ideas with a real sort of high level estimate of the cost. Probably, most of the projects were not necessarily, designed to a point where we could even have, real accurate estimates. But I am certain that Deputy City Manager Ferguson was involved in that presentation. I recall watching him up there flip those slides. And we can definitely recover that and provide you some, some information, but, it may not be as scientific as what you're really looking for, because we really were swagging those numbers at the time.
Yeah, and it's not more about the amounts, it's about the ideas. What I don't want is we're like, 3 or 4 years, which we're already at right now. We're like, oh yeah, that was a great idea. What happened with that? And so that there's a clear plan for some of those projects or a clear conversation of if we can move forward or when. Thank you.
We can provide that.
I was just gonna say, it's May 20th, 2021, and there's about 95 million, there's 91 projects on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And any other questions?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for the presentation of the CIPs. They're part aspirational, they're part strategic documents, and I appreciate the conversation. I do want to say, with respect to the last slide, with the release valve, the top of the slide said CIP, impact on CIP funding, but that 57 million, just by way of reminder, that's the city's black card. That's not free money, that's debt. So it's not only going to be an impact on CIP funding, it's going to have an impact on revenues and potentially taxation as well. So just want to put that little sobriety asterisk next to it. I'm happy about the capacity increase, but with the capacity increase comes obligation as well. So I just want to remember that is debt. That's not free money for us. So thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo my colleagues' comments. Really exciting stuff in the CIP budget. And as well as the as you said, the increased capacity we have with the bond that we hope the residents will pass. I want to raise one issue because clearly there's been some change in what was in the previous budget and what's here now. So with this new opportunity to add projects to the CIP, I'm just concerned. I've been noodling on this a lot. Concerned there's priorities in the former that we have existing priorities that need to get higher attention. And in particular, I'd like to raise the issue of the Roxborough-Mangum two-way conversion. That is something we've heard from residents that like they want safer streets sooner. We heard that clearly in the first budget hearing. We have a plan now with transportation to do that over a 3-year cycle. And I think it's time that we begin the process of actually taking over ownership and maintenance of those streets and move that process faster so we can have two-way conversion faster. We're asking a lot of our residents to take on a big tax increase. We're also asking for them to pay for to approve a new bond issue. And I want to make sure that as we do that, as we go to the residents and try to sell this tax increase and the bond issue, bond referendum, that we're showing them we're doing everything we can to deliver on projects sooner and with more to meet the needs that they have. So I think it's time to begin the process. We've envisioned this in the Move Durham study previously, that at some point the city may need to take over ownership and maintenance of those roads. I'd like to see us in this budget increase the dollars for the Roxborough-Mangum conversion by shuffling some things around. For example, the solid waste facility was in the previous, at the March meeting, was in the budget for $2 million. Now it's in there for $16 million, the full price tag. And so it seems to me that's one place we could take some money, put more in that two-way conversion, and actually, again, move quickly on this safety issue that's so critical for our residents. We had 200 folks turn up at the Global Scholars Academy for public input, right? And we love the fact that we have great public engagement. But the truth is, people are asking for this. We love the engagement. I think we need to show them that we're going to act on that. So I'd love the council support for us actually moving quicker on Roxborough-Mangum two-way conversion by beginning the process of actually taking those roads, working with the state to take over ownership of those roads and maintain them ourselves so we can actually, and this is what we learned, Councilmember Caballero and I at the Transportation Summit just last week, cities that have done better at Vision Zero, places like Alexandria, Virginia, or Hoboken, New Jersey, actually control the roads. And that's why they're showing like no deaths on their roads. We just had another bicycle rider killed the other day on this. So this is critical stuff. So I think we need to raise the priority to Roxborough-Mangum conversion by doing that in the CIP. So I'd look for the council support for that proposal.
I would just not pit that against the solid waste. Just knowing, I know that it's been there for like 10 years. So
And I do want to correct that it is not solid waste, it's our Public Works Operations Center.
I'm sorry, Public Works.
Just so that we're clear,
Yeah,
it's not,
yeah,
it's our
mistake.
PWOC or our Public
Right,
Works Operations Center.
So certainly, as we talk about the different ways we fund projects that are priorities for the city, we have a 5-year CIP because we do have to manage phases of different projects. So as you have mentioned, Council Member, we did have a lower amount for the Public Works Operations Center in that proposal because it was a payment toward a larger total amount for the project that is needed in order to complete essential improvements to the Public Works Operations Center. I bring that up because I do want us to be aware that the city does have debt capacity. And what you see here is the first year, not the first year, but this year's needs. And that kind of goes multiple ways. What we don't want to do is have funding in this year's ordinance that we are not going to be able to spend during this coming year for design, for construction, because what that does is displacing funding for another project. But if we have a project funded here and it's not for the full amount, it's because we know that we are going to continue to have capacity in the CIP at some level. So that's just, it's not to, impede the discussion and the direction that the council is going to give us today. But I did want to address why we do have 16 million in the CIP for that facility now when we had a smaller amount when you saw the list, that smaller amount was not for the whole project. It was just a portion of it.
Yeah, and I can echo the manager. So the list that you saw at the retreat is really the raw list that we get. And then we do, as part of the process, look at what departments might need or what the project might need, and the funding cycle and stuff as part of that recommendation for FY25.
I mean, I will note that, and I certainly understand that Public Works Center, I'm sure, is critical to the city's operations. I mean, the equity score there was zero, right? It's going to improve operations. But again, in a year when we're going to the voters for a tax increase and a bond referendum, showing them that not only are we taking care of city operations, but we're addressing the real needs they've expressed to us clearly in public engagement processes about the need for safer streets. So thank you.
All right, colleagues, we will take a break for 10 minutes. Rest, yeah. Let's just take 10 minutes and come back at 11:06. Thanks. All right, welcome back. Let's get to it.
Okay, good morning again. Marvin Williams with the Department of Public Works. This morning, I'll just go through a brief presentation for our department as far as our budget goes. So here you'll see our org chart. We have 3 full-fledged divisions within Public Works. Our street maintenance division, which is our front-facing division, handles all of your street and concrete repairs, street sweeping, butt stop cleaning, and our stormwater maintenance functions. Next, we have our stormwater division that handles a lot of stormwater infrastructure projects, stormwater development review, and our environmental and compliance group, which is watershed planning. Those are some of the big items that they handle out of that group. And then our engineering services, which handles our engineering inspections, development reviews, survey, design, utility locates, contracting for a lot of the projects that come forward through our transportation department. So just a little bit of clarity for the council. Transportation handles a lot of the planning side of the transportation projects. Then they're turned over to Public Works for the actual final design and construction. So we're kind of married as 2 departments where they do one half of projects, we do the other. And then jumping right into our performance measures, just to give you general overview, potholes, that's something residents, business owners are always talking about. You'll see here where we're trending as far as pothole repairs. Our costs are increasing, I think, across the board. It's just a combination of things with cost of materials, inefficiencies with our staff, because we have a lot of new staff that we're constantly training. So here with cost of pothole repairs, our target was at $60 per pothole, but right now we're trending at around $70 per pothole. But on a different angle of it, with our percentage of potholes that we repair in 3 days, our target was 90%. Right now, we're averaging 98% as far as completion rate for pothole repairs. Curb miles swept with our street sweeping group out of our maintenance division. Again, you'll see here that target was 20,000 miles per year, and that's mainly handled during the summer, fall months. During the winter months, usually that operation is shut down just because of weather. Right now, we're at around 16,000 miles, and as we go through the rest of this fiscal year, we expect to be close to that target of 20,000 miles. And that keeps us in compliance with our NPDES permit. That's one of the elements that we have to comply with or complete as part of that permit. And the same thing with street sweeping requests within 3 business days. Our target is 90%. Right now, we're averaging around 91% of those requests being addressed within 3 days of receipt. Sidewalk repair. This is specifically for our in-house maintenance crews, where our target was 2,000 linear feet, but because of vacancies that we have, and also because we're contracting out more of our sidewalk repairs, you see that we have a dip there where we're only expecting to complete around 2,000 linear feet, but we may come short of that. Right now, we're just over 1,000 feet completed. And part of the reason we're contracting more out because we're having larger and larger and longer stretches of sidewalk repairs that need to be done. And it's just difficult for us with in-house staff to complete quarter-mile, half-mile sections of repairs. Yes.
Mr. Williams, if you included your contractors in this graph, how would that look different?
There's a separate measure that I could provide to council, but we do track it separately between in-house and contractor. Contractor, we complete several miles of sidewalk repairs each year, 5-10 miles roughly.
You're going to see that combined, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
we keep it separate just so we know how we're performing and benchmarking ourselves against contracted services, but we can definitely have that information.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to follow up on that. So, because this is, when we pay the contractors, that is coming out of the same budgetary resource that's allotted for this as it would be if we had done it in-house.
No.
Oh, it's not.
No, the contracted
Okay.
repairs are done through CIP funds that we
I
receive.
see. Okay, thank you.
And you'll see here on the graph on the right, the average cost per linear foot performed in-house is roughly $277. So it's quite expensive for us to repair in-house because our crews are meant to repair that 1, 2, 3 panels at a time versus completing 1,000 feet at a time. We just don't have the staff. We don't have the equipment. And we're not set up in a way to perform to compete with contractors. We're really more for spot repairs, not long stretches. But I'm sorry.
Just one more question. Is the cost comparable for like, if you were to exaggerate it to the, and I understand that we're doing smaller panels and we're contracting out the larger ones, but per panel, is it roughly comparable when we use a contractor versus when we do it in-house?
So I'll skip ahead here. So you
Oh.
can see in this slide, the cost of new sidewalk construction, you're looking at roughly $875 a linear foot.
And that's,
It's new construction, but it gives you an idea that even though we're expensive to complete, sorry, I'm jumping back and forth.
that's okay.
Even though we're roughly $275 per linear foot for repairs, when you get into contracted costs, you're also seeing a really escalated cost as well.
Huge jump. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the reason for the huge jump?
Cost of materials, sidewalks are getting more complicated to build, both new and repair, as there are more things being shoved within the right of way, whether it's utilities, fibers, big example of it, dealing with the existing trees, as I stated before, I think during the mayor's question, and the fact that we have a lot of new staff internally. So we're trying to train them, but unfortunately, as we train them and they become proficient and our costs go down, then they take other opportunities, other places.
Because
So
my
then-
question is more like why the cost per linear foot for contractors is close to $1,000 compared to $300 for the city. Like,
Well,
what's the
and
big difference?
it's somewhat the same answer, because the cost to build a new sidewalk is you're not necessarily building a new sidewalk. In some cases, you're building a new road in order to fit a sidewalk in. So a good example of that is Hillendale Road, where we have a sidewalk project that's in the development phase right now to go to construction, hopefully within the next year. It's essentially turned into a roadway widening project. So you factor in that cost in order to build a sidewalk, but you're also doing stormwater work, you're relocating utilities, you're purchasing
Acquisition,
additional
yeah,
property.
yeah.
It's everything.
So why didn't they just think about this earlier when they built the road? Don't answer that. Just
To that point, can you, because I think folks say, oh, why does it cost so much, right? And you just stated reasons, right? That make a lot of sense. Could you share with us just like, and not today, I'm just saying like in a list of projects where, like the Hillendale Road example, where it's basically become a street widening project?
Yes.
Just so as council, we are aware of it. That would be amazing. Thank you.
And actually related to this slide, I had just some general information I pulled up last night. So in 2017-18, roughly the cost for new construction we were averaging about $113 a linear foot. 2018-19, we were at about $121 a linear foot. 21, we saw one project come in at roughly $156 a linear foot, but then we saw the jump to $578 a linear foot. And then in 23-24, that's where we're seeing the projects coming in around $800 per foot for sidewalk construction. And that's where we're starting to get into the sections of sidewalk that they're very difficult to build. That's the reason why they were never built in the past, because you have to rebuild the road in order to fit a sidewalk into most of those locations.
I was just gonna make one financial and purchasing contract in relation to what Marvin is saying here. You know, he's talking about the change in price, but we always bid these projects and we are required to take the lowest responsive bidder. So it is the market. We are paying what contractors who are in this business right now to do this work, we're paying them what they charge and we're paying the lowest one.
And unfortunately, the pool of contractors is shrinking. So that is going to further increase the price because there's so much work that's going in the area. There's just not enough contractors to really provide us with competitive bids.
So I guess the question would be, if we were to bring that back in-house, could we do it ourselves more cheaply than the contractor? Right?
We are a maintenance first department. We are not a new construction department. To bring that in-house, it would take us, it wouldn't be an immediate fix. It would take years to try and build up the staff to purchase the equipment that would be needed and just to develop the skill set. That's public works departments that I've seen in most places don't build new sidewalks in-house. It is a contractor service.
I chuckle because that was the very first question I had when I joined council. In that December, that first business meeting, I think it was $10 million for a sidewalk project. And I was like, what? I know what I'm doing when I retire. So opening a cement company, but that to your point, I that's why I laugh. I asked the same question 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. Thank you. You can continue.
And here, next one, streets. So we always talk about streets, but you'll see here on the left, our arterials and collectors, which make up the majority of the city-owned and maintained streets, our pavement condition index. So you think of this kind of on the grade scale, 90 to 100 is an A, below 90 to 80 is a B, and so on. Right now, our average PCI on our arterial streets is roughly at a 30. And that's with the continued efforts that we had over the last several years to pave, resurface, and just preserve streets. Unfortunately, we continue to see that decline even with the investment, just because street maintenance is an ongoing need that just never goes away. For those that were on council, when we did the last presentation with the PCI update, the consultant that we hired, they provided an estimate of roughly 20 to 25 million that's needed on an annual basis just to maintain the current PCI, not to improve it, just to maintain it, to stop it from continuing to degrade. And then on the, that was the arterials. I got the two mixed up. On the residential roadways, which is the majority of our share, we're at a 62. We expect that degrade to go down to roughly a 58 over the course of this year. We are having a new PCI study done over the course of this year and into the next winter, so we'll have new updated data. And I do expect that our need for annual street maintenance will remain in the 20 to 25 million and possibly increase given the fact that construction costs continue to increase.
What share of those arterials and collectors are state-owned?
So these are only the city-owned arterials and
Okay.
collectors and residential roadways. State-owned streets, those are the ones that take you to the highways, the Roxboroughs, the Cornwallis. Those, I'm not sure what the PCR are with those, but given the fact that you can drive any of the state streets, I think it's pretty self-evident that the condition of those streets are not the best.
I think it's worth also just sharing and making sure folks understand the PCI is the pavement condition index, and that we try to keep it above 75 so that the cost stays low.
Yes, so it's cheaper to maintain the roadways than it is to get to the point of rebuilding them. Around 10, 15 years ago, the city was in a position where we had to rebuild several road segments. We've gotten through a lot of those, but we're starting to see the decline again in some of the streets. I think what's artificially keeping the residential roadway number high in that high 60s is a lot of the new construction, where you have those new streets that are within that 5-year-old range. And that really pushes up the PCI. But if you start taking those out, that's where you see the steep decline of some of our existing streets that have been in place for 10, 15, 20 years.
I mean, where our seniors lived and have lived for like 20 and 30 years.
Right. And those are a lot of the streets we try to focus on to try and get them into the resurfacing program, but we only can do so much on an annual basis.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. I have to go to Emery Woods this week, so.
Their streets are in pretty good condition.
They are, but the new construction.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Just a couple more slides. On the stormwater side, drainage service requests, that's another thing that we see on a pretty regular basis coming in. Right now, our target was to address 85% of those within a 1-month basis. Right now, we're at roughly 97%. And the number of service requests, we anticipated roughly 350 for the year related to drainage, and we're projecting to hit around 350, 360. And just 2 slides here, just to give you kind of a snapshot of our budget, our resource allocation table. This is for the general fund side. I'll just point out the big change there on the top, that 5,000% is just for equipment, maintenance, furniture needs, specifically at our operations center. When the Department of Water Management moved out of that facility, we inherited an entire half of a building and another warehouse that we're trying to slowly expand into. And as that renovation hopefully gets approved and happens, we'll continue to upfit that building, both the administrative building and the warehouse building for our needs. And on the revenue side there, the slight increase there is just for some increases that we have in engineering fees, our right-of-way permits, our fire flows, and the sidewalk payment in lieu program. Our second resource allocation tables for the stormwater fund. I'll point out that there's two change columns there. The change column on the far right is actually the correct one. And the only real significant difference there is the proposed rate increase where you see that 24% in revenues. Everything else is just a lot of movement in and out of the fund, both for capital projects. And again, it also supports the maintenance division for our department. Just a few budget highlights, funding allocations. We're anticipating being able to repay 40+ lane miles of streets. Preservation, where the streets are in good enough condition, like Councilmember Freeman pointed out, we want to preserve them. Looking at roughly 120 lane miles. Replacing, going to one of the questions that you all had about as far as how many miles or linear feet of sidewalk, roughly 18,000 linear feet. And doing preservation on sidewalks now, where if it's not in bad enough condition, the panel is still salvageable. We just cut the uneven part and leave it in place. We're hoping to be able to complete 40,000 linear feet. And as far as our approved budget requests, consultant project manager to support our engineering division, as well as vehicles for our engineering division. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
I'm going to go back to the sidewalks. Just follow up on Councilmember Rist's question. You addressed then why we weren't going to pull in-house the construction of new sidewalks, but we are contracting out quite a bit also of repair. I know you talked about that there's a size differential and some other things, but is there a possibility that we could expand our repair only? I'm just hearing you say that we're sort of expanding into a new building. We're sort of building up, and it sounded like the program is growing. And so I'm just wondering what it would look like to bring more of that in-house since the price differential is so extreme.
There's enough work that we can continue with both our in-house and contracted services. So there's never a shortage of sidewalk repair requests. Whereas at one point we had a backlog of 600 to 700 service requests just for sidewalk repairs. And that overwhelmed our in-house capacity, which drove us to move into contracting out more of that work. In addition, as the Department of Water Management performs more utility repairs, we also contract out to complete a lot of the sidewalk repairs that have to be done after they complete their work. But even if we expand our internal capacity to complete sidewalk repairs, the amount of work that's needed is really endless, because I'm not sure if the council is aware that even though there's state roads in the city is responsible for the sidewalk maintenance on those state roads. So we repair the sidewalks both on the city streets and the state streets, because that's just written into the general administrative code for the state of North Carolina. So it's a long way to answer that. Even with expansion, we'll still need to use contracted services.
Sure. I mean, I understand that. I don't think my goal is to cut out contracting overall, but just seeing the price differential that you pointed out, I mean, it seems pretty stark. And even if we could take a little bit more, have a little bit more capacity to take a little bit more, it seems like that might free up some.
And the reality is the workforce that's available to do concrete flat work is very limited.
Yeah.
We're competing with the contractors for that same pool of people. So when we attempt to hire someone, if a contractor comes along and offers them more, they tend to take more, even though we try to sell them on the city's benefits and the long-term value of working for the city.
Thank you.
Marvin, I wanted to make sure that you had actually discussed both the estimated or average contracting price for repair in addition to new sidewalks. I heard you say the new sidewalk amounts, but I'm not sure I actually heard you say if we have contracts just for repair, how those contracted amounts compare to our in-house.
So that's one where I have to pull the information. It's pretty similar when you get into the sidewalk repairs as far as the dollar amount. It's going to be slightly more on the contractor side, but it's pretty similar. And as our costs continue to go up, because our materials cost just purchasing concrete, we get an increase on an annual basis. Sometimes, actually, I think this year we've received 2 increases through the fiscal year. So just purchasing the material has gone up by itself.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful clarification.
Just a couple of questions. I'm just trying to keep in mind from previous years, the conversation around kind of the subdivisions kind of turning over their sidewalk maintenance. And I guess, the timelines for some of these large subdivisions that have come online and where that is right now? I know that that's going to be a huge factor over time, but how are we tracking that so that we know?
So as new subdivisions, it varies. So usually phases get turned over to the city when we bring agenda items for formal acceptance of those subdivisions or a phase of a subdivision to council for acceptance. That's when the city assumes that ownership of both the streets and the sidewalks. Some of the larger subdivisions like you see out in East Durham, those are coming online now to where the city is taking ownership. You all have approved several of those infrastructure acceptance items over the last year, and those are just continuing for the foreseeable future. Roughly right now, I think we're at 700 miles of sidewalk, and that's steadily increasing on an annual basis. Just so as the city develops, all of that infrastructure becomes ours unless it is specifically a state-owned and maintained roadway, but most of the new subdivisions are going to be city-owned.
There's a way to chart, I guess, 3 years back and 3 years forward. Can you help me with that?
We could look 3 years back, but going forward is difficult because it really is driven by the developer when they want to bring those subdivisions forward to the city for acceptance. Because at times they believe that they'll be ready to turn over those different phases, and they're just not for a variety of reasons, whether it's infrastructure that's not complete, substantial repairs that are needed, or they're just going slower than expected on their construction.
And I think just specifically, I know for Emery Woods, as the mayor mentioned, and I don't know if that has been completed, but just realizing like the level of construction traffic coming through, also degrading the neighborhood streets. And then also I'm not sure that there's a good metrics in place to capture just how impactful all the new development has been on the way we need to add sidewalk repair, and then kind of take on the roads and then all of that as well. And so I just want to make sure that we're factoring that in as we're talking about a tax increase. That increase is going to be much higher for the future at this rate, because it's got to, I mean, you can't have roads and sidewalks in a city falling apart.
Right.
So thank you. That's
So with new development, with developers, we do track the condition of the roads before they start, if they're tying into an existing development, so that if there's any need for them to go back and perform repairs, we do require that before we do accept that new development that's coming online. Same thing if they damage sidewalks or any of the existing infrastructure, that developer is required to go back and complete repairs before we bring it forward for acceptance.
Has that happened for Emery Woods yet?
We've had several repairs that need to happen, but it's been an ongoing basis. But once we have our main infrastructure walk towards the end of the project, that's where we go back and identify all areas that need to be repaired.
Thank you.
All right, that's helpful. Councilmember Riss, I'll get to you in just a minute. When speaking to some of the builders, I'm hearing that, that the state sort of preempt us where they can use, like they're required to build their own throughway, but if there's an entryway that's already available that's closer, they're utilizing that statute to preempt what we're asking them to do to preserve our own streets. Is that true?
That is true. If they have a need for a definite construction entry and exit point, we do try to force them as much as possible to set up their own exit and entry point. But unfortunately, sometimes they are allowed by state law to just use what's already in place. And especially if there's not a way for them to build another exit and entry point on a temporary basis that they would need to close off after construction is completed.
All right, and I just wanted to highlight that because once again, we're preempted by state where someone can use that statute against us, and then we fight locally on something that supersedes our control. That happens a lot.
Correct.
Councilman Riss.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So Mr. Williams, or maybe Madam City Manager, I know the developers pay street impact fees and they pay park impact fees. Do they pay a sidewalk impact fee?
That would be a transportation department question. I'll defer to Sean Egan on that.
Good morning, Sean Egan, Director of Transportation. Developers have the option of either building sidewalk as part of their project or contributing to a payment in lieu fund, sidewalk fund. We've done a recent assessment of the cost of the payment in lieu fund and adjusted that to reflect the actual market costs that you saw in Marvin's presentation for those costs. But what we generally see from developers is that because their future occupants really value sidewalks, they generally build the sidewalks on site for their developments rather than choosing the payment in lieu option. And we encourage them to actually construct the sidewalks because of the challenges that the city faces in delivering these sidewalk projects. Even if they were to make the payment in lieu, we would have to add those to our lists of projects, sidewalks to complete. So we encourage them through that process to build their own sidewalks on site.
So if they choose the payments in lieu of building, would that revenue show up in your budget or in Public Works budget? Where does
Well,
that show
it
up?
actually, going back to the resource allocation table for the general fund, that's where you see that line there, revenues program to the far right, that slight 15% increase. That's just a combination of various revenues. But as Sean stated, we want the developers to actually build the sidewalks. We don't want the money. We want them to construct it because the cost for construction is much lower on the developer side versus the city. They can deliver the project a lot faster and the sidewalk will be in place much faster than we would have it in place.
And to Councilmember Freeman's comments, so if we're taking on these new developments and with their new sidewalks, we assume they're building them in most cases, what's our long-term liability for maintaining those sidewalks and what's the plan in place to pay for that?
I wanted to interrupt here because obviously anytime we bring new developments into the community, the property taxes are from the point that they are work in progress till, they're fully built out. That's a permanent revenue source to the city, to the general fund, that then goes toward the payment for general fund services, which is maintaining streets, sidewalks, and other infrastructure. I did want to just make it clear, though, that impact fees and payment in lieu are not the same thing. The payment in lieu is a different type of part of our ordinance that is in place, but impact fees they're not. There's no sidewalk impact fees.
Just one follow-up to the mayor's point. I guess just thinking about staffing around ensuring knowing we're preempted, how are we tracking that type of activity? So if there is damage done, how is that tracking happening right now?
So that's part of our engineering inspections program, where as development happens, knowing the condition of the streets or the sidewalks before the development happens, and as that damage occurs, identifying it and informing the developer that they're responsible for those repairs before we would accept their new development.
And are you seeing an increased need for those engineers to be on site?
There's a lot of development. We try to have our engineers and our inspectors on site as much as possible, but we also contract for that service too, because again, you only can staff up so much that we have to also use just contracted services on a selected basis, because ultimately the development won't go on forever, and we don't want to have employees that are in place for a specific program that may not be in place 5-10 years from now.
That's another business the mayor should start as well, along with your concrete.
So we try to right size city internal staff versus contracted services.
I won't say too many things, but I did mention the property taxes, but when Christina was making her presentation about Powell bill, the Powell bill, which is a state shared revenue, is based on street miles and population. So that is one of the reasons that Powell bill amount, which I believe was $7-8 million, I don't know the exact amount, why it goes up. It goes up as our street miles and our population increases.
All right, down in the weeds, realizing how all this stuff really works. Thank you so much, Director Williams.
Thank you all.
Hello, Director Propst. Almost there.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney Propst. Pleasure.
Pleasure. Mayor Williams, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of council. I'm Jina Propst, the General Services Department Director. Our department is responsible for building and maintaining city properties to make Durham a great place to live, work, and play. We like to do so with a sense of civic pride as well as a public service mindset. Our unofficial motto is GSD, we get stuff done. Move on to the org chart. I'd like to share a little bit about how our department is organized. We're on track to be 124 full-time employees for next fiscal year, the same as we were for this fiscal year. We are divided into unique units. We have our unit of project delivery and sustainability, which is led by our Assistant Director, Stacy Poston, who's here. Our Assistant Director of Facilities and Operations is Kevin Lilly, and he leads 66% of our team is operations, and he's responsible for that portfolio. Our Fiscal and Administrative Services Manager is Al Walker. He leads our team for business services as well as the business side of cemetery operations. And Logan Small, another team member, leads our asset division team, which is kind of the glue between our project management and our operations, where we try to have a consolidated approach to what our assets are, how they're tagged, how we manage them with our different technology tools, which also includes security, which is something you'll hear about in a little bit further in the presentation. We typically maintain around an 8 to 12% vacancy rate. That's what we've seen over the past couple of years. We have a couple of vacancies right now. We're in the process of filling. We've seen a lot of, or some, retirements. We have internal promotions, which we're very proud of. But when you have internal promotions, it creates another vacancy, as well as internal movement. We tend to steal from our peers. I have a team member that's now on our project management team that used to work with Public Works, and a staff member that used to work for us and now works at Water Management. So we help each other out, but it still creates vacancies. Another thing that I'm taking a look at is that we have 22 team members that are in and close to the retirement age. So we want to keep our mind on what that looks like as we plan for fulfilling what's going to occur in the future. So also, we've done a very creative job of augmenting our staff with Fuse Fellowships. We have a Fuse Fellowship with an executive team member who's leading our EV program. Thanks to City Management for helping us with that. We have Climate Corps Fuse Fellows Climate Corps Fellows helping with our sustainability and energy management team, crunching data. We have interns. We have an intern from Duke that's going to be evaluating opportunities for landfill, for solar on our landfill. We've got some temporary part-time positions to assist with our real estate acquisitions. And we have augmented contract services with project management to help when we have some instability in our staffing resources. One of our first measures that I'd like to highlight is the team of our urban forestry. We have a goal to complete service requests within an average of 33 days. We are on trend to, by the end of this fiscal year, to be around 27 per activity. The types of requests that we receive are pruning, inspections, removal, clearing. This past year, we saw a big spike in August when we had the no-notice storm. We had over 300 service requests. And our team managed that by reprioritizing, deprioritizing service requests that didn't rise to the top. And we've caught up with that, and they did a great job. It is something to note that urban forestry is part of our first responders. They are there during severe weather events, and most likely we'll continue to have some of those. To date, the team has completed over 1,000 service requests, and they're anticipating being around 1,200 by the end of the year, which is about 200 more than in prior years. In addition to managing the existing urban forestry and street trees, our team also plants trees. We have planted over 1,700 trees this year. We have a goal of planting 1,500 street trees a year, with 85% of them in focus underinvested neighborhoods. This strategy has been driven by a plan that was adopted in 2018, and we've continued to do that year after year. And I'll talk a little bit more about our future grant and what we plan to do with planting additional trees. So urban forestry team also leads in this effort with some assistance with Keep Durham Beautiful as well. As you know, we have a carbon neutrality renewable energy action plan. We review our performance through looking at reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, as well as how we're doing on implementing our goal of 80% of our renewable energy sourcing by 2030 in our city operations. The goal on the left, the greenhouse gas emissions, we're trending down. Our goal is to be to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% from the 2009 baseline. The largest emitters of GHGs is our fleet, our transit vehicles, street lighting, water and wastewater treatment facilities. We expect to continue to see lots of improvement in that reduction. You know, as you know, we'll have 18 new electric buses that'll be coming on in a couple of years. So we'll see that. So we'll see the benefit of the plans that we've been implementing, as well as some of our energy efficiency projects, continual electrification of our fleet, and also more solar. This is going to be effectuated by the CIP projects that are being recommended as well. So you may not see it next year, but we have to continue to know that we're on that trend.
Yeah, so just real quick, you're not going to give them no good news like that and just pass through, but we have a comment.
I think Councilmember Riss had his hand
Oh,
up.
I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
I defer. Go ahead now.
I just wanted to say I kind of really love the one in particular, total greenhouse gas emissions, just that we're just doing a really excellent job with city operations. And I know that General Services has worked so diligently on that. So thank you.
Thanks as well, Ms. Propst. Just my only question is, so for the total greenhouse gas emissions, this is not based, you're not measuring sort of tons of CO2, like this is just like some kind of model you're running to get it with the increase of sort of EVs in our fleet and solar stuff. How do you get that data?
So it is based on metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So it's our gas and electricity, and it's through there's a standardization of, which is a local governments for sustainability reporting tool that all majority of local governments report into to determine the outcomes of what our greenhouse gas emissions are.
So you report into some whatever vendor who runs some model essentially.
Yes.
And you say we've got X number more EVs that we've replaced whatever diesel or other vehicles. We've got more solar, and therefore they sort of put that in their model and get some.
That will be either emissions that aren't produced in the future because they're electric. So this is the state of affairs as of today.
But again, it's a model, and there's no one measuring like CO2 coming out of some. It's a model.
Correct. It is a model based on data.
Thanks.
And I just wanted to know if the city was also preempted, like the commercial, on how much solar we could. Understand that Duke Energy lobbied very well to make sure that we were limited on how much solar you could actually add.
I'm not sure that I have a good answer to that right now. I can say that our limitations for solar may be based on, how our locations and building ability, and then the whether the timing, that is, when it comes to if a roof needs to be replaced. I mean, there are limits as far as what you can turn back to the grid or not.
Exactly.
So that would be that situation.
Yeah, that situation. So we are limited as a city as to what we could return back to the grid.
Right, potentially right now.
Okay. Highlight that for my colleagues when you talk to Duke Energy.
On our renewable energy graph. Oh, so sorry, excuse me.
I'm sorry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say that you'll see that we have future investments in solar that are as part of our renewable energy action plan, and that the big increase that will get us halfway to our goal is our Green Source Advantage program, which is with Durham Public Schools and the county at an offsite solar location where we'll have 20 megawatts of clean green solar energy.
And that
was
comes
my
online.
question.
That comes online next year. So the shows.
It approximately 2026, potentially around that time period, 25, 26. We're monitoring the impact of tariffs on solar panels. Correct.
All right, let me make sure I say the tariffs and limitations on how much can be turned.
So moving on. Our project management division is responsible for design and construction of capital projects. I'd like to show a snapshot of the magnitude of the portfolio. Oh, and also to say that it also includes EG&I, PB, maintenance and replacement. There's a whole different types of, a lot of different buckets of projects that we're responsible for. This time last year, we had 62 projects in various phases of the project life cycle. This year, we're measuring 66 projects. To be transparent, we don't like to have the number of projects that we have in planning at this stage of the year. It means that we've not advanced them to a design contract or an RFQ for design. We are continuing to, we're catching up with the addition of our program management resources, augmented contract services to have some stability in our unit. But we've onboarded 2 new project managers. We've got offers out to 2 others. So you have to shift the projects that are already underway and reprioritize and make decisions with other projects. Some of those have changed since March because y'all have seen them. They've come to council and design contracts have been let. This is just to say we look year after year. We would rather see a more healthy distribution of the project life cycle.
Just highlighting the importance of that. When we have all of these projects in planning and we haven't gotten past the design phase, we are losing out on federal support opportunities, correct? If it's a project that would be available for federal support.
Possibly, the majority of these are still also like CIP projects that have already been funded.
Okay.
They've already, they're in the queue.
I guess what I'm trying to do is see if any of our projects align with potential federal resources, like connecting our communities funds at the Department of Transportation. We are going to miss out on funds because we aren't through the design project. And I mean, that's another department. Say again?
That one also has plenty of funds.
Yeah. So, and also the Department of Energy, like they have so much money they can't get rid of, but we have to be well positioned to get those funds. Yep.
This is the next slide is just another visualization of the value of the portfolio. This time last year is around 132 million. This year it's 165. And it's just another way to look at the various phases of a project life cycle. Wanted to highlight Keep Durham Beautiful. It's a nonprofit housed in General Services Department. The value of a volunteer hour, according to Keep America Beautiful, is about $32 an hour. You'll see that in prior years, and depending on how and what capacity Keep Durham Beautiful has with additional staffing resources, there is more value and more volunteer experiences. In prior years, we were able to receive 2 AmeriCorps volunteers, and you can see the outcome of having 2 AmeriCorps volunteers to augment our one person team. This year, we had an AmeriCorps volunteer for half a year, and we also had a public policy intern from Central who, instead of focusing on volunteer engagement, focused on a litter prevention strategy focus. So it's just an example of the value of the volunteer and what we can do when we have different levels of staffing capacity. The next measure is our average number of days to complete work orders for facility management. You'll see some different numbers, and you'll see a reference to old system. In this past fiscal year in July, we implemented an upgrade to our Asset Essentials work order system, and we took a different look at how we were and what we were measuring in our work order system. So it would include everything and not just focusing on reactive work orders. And also, which included from the moment that the work order was submitted to the moment it was closed out, as well as adding additional features for supervisors to review the quality of the outcomes. So this is our first year of having data measuring it in a different way, and it's showing that it's around 14 days to complete work orders. Additionally, we have completed more orders and are on track to complete more work orders this year, around 5,700. We went through a process of updating our catalog of assets and tagging equipment and identified additional PMs, preventive maintenance planning, that we needed to do, in addition to non-PMs, which is like break fix. Resource allocation table stays pretty much the same. Our personnel services are up a little bit for new hires, higher pay and pay for performance and raises. Our operating is about 5.8 after you take out removal of one-time funding and carryover from prior years. And then looking down at our program revenues, the only revenues that we receive or produce are some funding from the county for Keep Durham Beautiful and our cemetery revenues. So that's our only revenue producing activity. Budget highlights. Staff training and certification, we continue to invest in our team. We find that important. We also want to invest in staff members that may have opportunities for promotion within our department and or other departments within the city. We focused this year on landscape professional leadership courses, as well as certified plant professionals certificates. We continue to support our urban forestry team for tree risk assessment qualifications or ISA certifications, International Society of Arboriculture. Additionally, our facilities team had a lead remediation, repair, and painting certificate training, as well as advanced supervisory certificates through School of Government, as well as some training for our custodial team. Want to make sure you're kind of aware of like all the different things that our team members do, and our operations teams. You know, it's helpful to have the training come to them. They don't have the luxury of always sitting behind a computer. And so we try to be very thoughtful in how we advance our operations teams to have those opportunities. This year, we will continue on our American Public Works Association accreditation process. We expect to be complete in June of 2025, about this time next year. We're in the self-evaluation process right now. And what this framework will do will allow us to look at our standard operating procedures. It will allow us to consider best practices, benchmark ourselves against other municipalities that are accredited, and give us a framework for constant improvement. So we're looking forward to that. It is a heavy lift, but it's necessary. Grants and federal funding, we received a $5.3 million USDA grant, which will permit us to plant 4,000 trees in the next 5 years, as well as update our urban forestry management plan and community engagement through Keep Durham Beautiful. You'll see those items coming forward in your agenda packet soon. Also, the 4.8 charging and fueling infrastructure grant, another very important grant that we've received. On grants and federal funding, I wanted to highlight the partnership with Finance Department. We are also going after our IRA, Inflation Reduction Act elective pay tax credits. So you pull the forms together and you submit and you get reimbursed. It is also not something that there's a lot of rules out there that tells you how to do all of that. So our finance team specifically, I'm gonna shout out Joyce Cooper, has been a great person in helping us work through that. And I understand that other communities are calling our staff to say, how do you do it? So we've submitted the paperwork. We expect to receive maybe 23% back of our overall cost for our EV chargers, for electric vehicles, and for our PV installations from 2023. Our real estate portfolio opportunities, we have brought forward to y'all opportunities for surplus property and future action on properties that the city no longer has a purpose for. And we'll continue to do that as we evaluate the rest of our portfolio. Sustainability initiatives, we've talked about some of those, but our solar landscape trailer has been received, and that was funded through ARPA. We will continue to transition our landscaping equipment through 2026, starting with the types of equipment that we use the most, and that is ready for electrification. We have autonomous mobots, which you may or may not have seen at our Parks and Rec admin facility, as well as at police headquarters. We continue to look where we could deploy those and have another location coming soon. Native plantings, and as I said before, our CIP for solar, EV, and energy efficiency. Okay, finally, some of our budget highlights of items that we were approved for this year include HVAC preventive maintenance contracts. We have complex chillers, pool systems, and boilers that we're looking to augment with our existing staff to ensure we have factory trained in the appropriate level of preventive maintenance necessary for these critical systems. We have a physical security system maintenance replacement plan. Those are assets as well, and we have assets from 2017 that are due to be replaced. This will continue to make sure that we have functioning equipment, custodial services for equipment, and an increase in our annual festival and events funding by another $100,000. We have seen the demand for funding has exceeded the funding levels, and this will help us do more.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Cook.
What I really wanted to say is thank you for shouting out those federal grants. I love to hear that, and I really appreciate the intergroup workings with finance department to get those. We talk about this a lot, I feel like, but there's a lot of unknowns coming in the fall, so it is just so awesome to hear that we are taking advantage of those federal programs, and I really appreciate y'all's work. I know that you said it, but I know that those guidelines are like non-existent, and I'm really appreciative of y'all's hard work on that. I just had one really quick question on the allocation table that it's the water and sewer minus 100%. Did it just move somewhere else? What is that line there?
That's a great question. I may have to refer to our budget. Yeah, thank you. She does know the answer.
So that was the General Services Department pays for the employee parking lot. We have a lease. And so water sewer had been paying their portion, but water sewer employees are no longer at City Hall, so they are not paying their portion anymore. So that's why.
Oh.
They just pay the rent for that.
Gotcha. Oh, okay, great. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Propst, thanks for the presentation. It's always amazing that the range of stuff you're doing in general services and the delivery on things. Really appreciate all that. I just want to note, following up on the mayor's comments earlier, I did during the budget sort of session prepare a proposal for additional capacity in your department to work on sustainability initiatives, in particular, to have capacity to address this large increase in federal dollars, billions of dollars for environmental justice, sustainability. That was greenlighted by the council. That now appears I think it's in your budget as a $25,000 contract with Central Pines to work on additional dollars for, again, sustainability, greenhouse gas reduction, and so forth. It just feels to me like, given this one-time generational dollars, as Councilmember Cook is pointing out, that's available, and it may not be available for long, right? That $25,000 for a contract is not the scale we need to address this large one-time generational dollars that could be available for Durham. I sent an article to the manager a week ago, a report from the National League of Cities that showed the comparing cities in terms of their ability to connect with and leverage dollars in the bipartisan infrastructure law. We were behind peer cities like Richmond. So I think it's critical that we have that capacity, whether that's a contractor we have ourselves, or whether that's additional staff capacity for at least a year, a temporary person, but having some capacity to address this one-time generational amount of dollars, billions of dollars for Durham, I think is critical. Thank you.
Do we know the capacity? You may know. Okay.
I was just gonna say, I think that to your point, it's not just the 25,000, it's multiple cities and towns and counties regionally working across to pull those dollars into North Carolina. And I think we have a better opportunity to get state support working that way.
Through Central Pines.
Through Central Pines Council. And I think that there are meetings set up, and I think you should attend a couple of them. I think it would be helpful, so you could see, just because there is a lobbyist already in place and they are pulling dollars in.
I mean, like, what does that look like? And what do we, again, is $25,000, is that enough to meet the scale of what's possible?
It's not just the 25,000, we're like putting money into a pot. And that pot is actually putting that lobbyist on like steroids, so to speak. And so I know she used to be able to bring in, 10 to 12 million. She might be able to bring in, 100 million. It just depends on which projects staff kind of present to them and share that they need support on. And there's a lot of information. And I would love to entertain that conversation with Piedmont staff, because Central Piedmont staff, because Central Pine staff, because I think that you could help in giving some direction, because I think what you're specifically trying to target are around sustainability projects that they've been working on for years, and also water, water system, water flooding, all those projects, resiliency projects that have all been issues for years. And so coming in with fresh eyes would be helpful. I can say that. But yes. And then to your point, I don't think that that's enough, but I do want to make sure that you don't think it's just 25,000 and that's it.
But I mean, how much else is it? What's the number?
How much more that the lobbyist receives?
You mean from other governments in the region?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, I think we should invest more than 25. Again, I think we need to. I'd love to see this tripled. So.
Yeah, and I think the value of it is going to go beyond the dollar figure in the actual the capacity that they have as a research bank. That's the uniqueness about Central Pines. Like this is what they do all the time, and I think there's $25,000 that we're putting here, but we do pay into that, and just in yeah.
So yes, I would say that we work together with our partners to establish the amount that they believe is sufficient for all of the partners who want to be involved in the research and want to be involved in the grant pursuit and the strategy. It is not just really a random number. It is a number that has been negotiated as the city's buy-in to it. Certainly if there was additional needs, we would be made aware of those needs and, would, bring items to council to, for consideration. And I do see another staff person who's coming up.
Hi, Mary Grace Stone King, Business Service Administrator in the City Manager's Office. As the city manager was stating, it's a flat rate fee that they charge all the same for all the municipalities that are involved in the program. However,
and what's that program called?
Their grant assistance program. And I know based on their capacity also, they are looking to potentially shrink that capacity in terms of applying it to 4 federal large grants will equal that $25,000 because there's a lot of work that goes into those applications. But that's not to say that other smaller grants we can go to that are not as complex would be a part of that. And then they're going to have a hourly rate to charge us if we go above that and we decide as a city that strategically it makes sense, we can do that hourly rate, which they'll be updating us on, I believe, July 1. And with that, that rate will still be a lot lower than what you would traditionally pay another consultant to help out with those grants. But we do also have some in staff and departments who work on grants. So usually through the city manager's office, we connect those those folks to Central Pines when they need that assistance. So we think about strategically, when is it most needed? And when a department has the capacity to actually go for some of these themselves without that support.
I guess part of my question too, and this is not, it's partly about leveraging federal dollars, it's partly being prepared to leverage those dollars, as the mayor was saying. I know we had a presentation from the EAB earlier this year about the importance of having a resiliency plan in place. Without that, we couldn't even begin to apply for some grants. So I don't know where that process is. Or are we moving on that so that we're better positioned to respond to those grants that require having a local resiliency plan?
Yeah, there is movement on that. It's in our strategic plan, and I'll defer to Jina more specifically about what the city is doing. But we're also working with a different arm of Central Pines that has a climate action plan and a community resilience plan. And those often get kind of confused. So also I'm happy to follow up with kind of definitions of what that looks like and the interaction with Central Pines, the state, and then what the city is doing in those areas.
And then also there's the aging. So, there's a plan around the aging as well. It's not just limited to those three. And I want to say the last one is around public safety.
The county is also adopting in their strategic plan, future plans for resiliency as well. So we've got upcoming strategic meetings, not only with us, but with the county to work on that planning, because it needs to be coordinated in order to move from the risk assessment that was done some time ago to the planning phase.
So last question. So if we're pursuing this path, working with Central Pines for a lot of this capacity and having a contract with them, what's the ROA of that? What are we expecting to get from our $25,000? I'd love to see that again triple. What's the ROA there? What are we expecting?
I don't know that there's a forecast on that. I think we could look back at grants that we have received and see what that looks like based on where we are today when they provided assistance with some of the things that we have received, and see what that looks like on a return on investment.
And I would say that you could look at some of the work that John Hodges Koppel used to do with transportation, and that's that work. That's what it looks like.
Right, but I think looking at past experience, this is a completely different situation with the federal dollars available. So just looking at past performance is really, to me, is not necessarily the right metric, right?
Well, you're trying to say that, what the return is. I'm just saying that those projects have come in and the funding have come along with
right,
it.
but the potential, again, given billions of dollars in federal dollars, it's a different equation completely.
So to your point, Councilmember Riss, you are basically saying let's be as aggressive as possible. I agree with you, and Attorney Propst.
That's what I'm saying. You need to come to, if you were involved in the conversations, you would see that they are aggressively going after those dollars.
Councilmember Caballero. Let me go to Baker first, then come over.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Sure, I'll be quick. I appreciate this. And I know that, so it sounds like the resiliency planning is happening. I knew about the climate action plan, and that's $1 million, right? It's going to the climate action plan, Central Pines. I would love after the summer if we could get a presentation about where Durham fits into that and what we might anticipate. If we're at a place where we have some information that is worth sharing with council. So at the appropriate timing after the summer, I would love to get something perhaps in the fall.
Yeah, and there's an ongoing effort from that climate action plan with Central Pines and the state, where they're combining efforts with the state to go for over, I believe, 200 million. And a portion of that around, and I'll get this to you afterwards, but around 8 million is going to our region, including Durham. And that will be to mainly go towards helping middle income, low income families take advantage of the rebates and different things that are available through the federal government, and helping them transition to more sustainable products like electric ovens, that kind of deal. And then additionally, there will still be some leftover funds that we can actually apply to for different projects as the city. But I'll follow up with some information.
Go ahead.
So one of the things that has been demonstrated through the conversation is that we are clearly embedded in cross-departmental as well as with our regional partners, trying to leverage expertise, just the collective advocacy for funding. Often, when we create, the new FTEs within city government, that certainly is something that can happen. But particularly as it relates to something that's temporary, we often get more from investing with partners than we do bringing, a one person, a new FTE. It doesn't mean we don't add FTEs. We do it all the time. But, in terms of recommendations, we're going to recommend to you the most efficient way we believe that we can engage the future grant opportunities and not miss out on anything. You will see that Mary Grace Stone King, who works in the city manager's office, one of her primary, responsibilities is working, with the departments that, like she said, got their own resources, and making sure those resources connect to, as well as just keeping us sort of at the, under the umbrella of that federal funding. That's the reason we have the amount of money we have in the, in the proposed budget. She's expressed the way that, the city can get directed additional services at an hourly rate. It is, it's certainly not a lot of money within the city's budget, and the council certainly has a priority of working in the space. But we did not bring a recommendation of a new FTE at this time, but the council directs us on those matters.
Yeah, I think we're gonna follow up on this. I'm on the same wavelength with you, but I think there's a lot of information that even I haven't delved into that I know is out there. And I think we can assess that, and if it's insufficient, then I'll be 100% in step with you to support getting additional support. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to associate myself with Councilmember Riss' eagerness to move forward on this. I do want to also dovetail on what the manager has said and just kind of celebrate. Durham's got a pretty good record in getting windfall funds from both the state and the federal government. We've done it even without a lobbyist. So I can only imagine what's going to happen when we get the lobbyists. So I do want to just acknowledge that track record. To the specific point of federal funds that Councilmember Riss is talking about, my sense is that the most important threshold we need to cross to tap into those federal funds is, we've already stated, an articulable, robust resiliency plan. My sense is that even if we tripled 25 to 75 grand, that's not going to make that plan go faster. That we're already working on the plan. So I think it's right outcome, maybe a different lever we need to be pulling. So the pressure point is really more getting that plan in place. $75,000, I don't think is going to make that go any quicker. But I think we all share your eagerness. It might be well, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. We need to get to work on it, and I'm glad that work on the plan is already underway. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I think two things would be helpful to maybe get information from Central Pines. I know you're saying that going to a meeting, but maybe getting them to come to share what their strategy is as a council at a work session would be really, really helpful. I understand the city's position or idea on this is essentially like, let's act as an accelerant into this pot, and this $25,000 could do that. I think it's an open question if it's sufficient, and I think that that's what Councilmember Rist is raising. And so I think understanding what their strategy is, how everyone's moving, I think would be helpful. I don't know if it's an FTE to the point of there's a potential amount that we could pay to some, I guess, a consultant of sorts if we go beyond the $25,000. And I think that we could probably allay some concerns having a contingency plan on if folks don't feel like 25,000 is enough, what's the next level? And I think to Manager Page's point, I don't know if that's necessarily an FTE. I just think there just needs to be at least some understanding of tiered, what's a tiered approach? So, is this aggressive enough? And if it's not, what could be the next level? And it doesn't necessarily, need to be a full-time city employee. Thank you.
I would just say that there are so many proposals. I would say that this could be a full 4-hour conversation because those proposals are very, like when I say a plan, the resiliency plan, I've just pulled it up. The resiliency plan, or just on aging itself, includes safety, protection, advocacy, healthy aging, quality of life, housing and homelessness, caregiving support, workforce development, long-term preparedness planning, advancing equity and reframing aging. Like, it is not like 20-minute presentation, which is why I say get involved. But I definitely do think that a presentation will be helpful if you haven't heard some of the things that are going on. And I'm not sure I know that Mayor Pro Tem was taken over there. I'm former chair of the board over there. And so I know I've been in a lot of meetings and a lot of information still sits in my head. And we haven't had time to kind of break all of that down. So I'm up for either way. And I do want to say that I think it's important that you do get involved because they need bodies, they need folks with opinions in the room.
So I did want to summarize with Mary Grace Stone King out of my office came with a presentation to council. I can't remember the month. And we also had the partners from, and if she wants to step up, the partners from Central Pines. And when she says the month, it is going to sound like it would be time after, in a couple of months for them to come back again and update. But Mary Grace, you don't remember the month. It's been since the new council. So
February, March,
it was January or February. So it hasn't been long.
January, February. I know Councilmember Cook was recently appointed.
Yes, yes.
So it was around that time. So we can update on that and then and bring Central Pines. And also I'm hearing some more specific questions around that we can make sure to try to address in that presentation.
Yeah, the purpose of that presentation was to reflect to the council all of the grants that we had received, along with bringing partners to talk about the future of resiliency planning and, the other opportunities and how we were going to try to engage those opportunities. But I do think, we can bring presentations and updates. You all get a lot of stuff and it is, hard to always keep exactly when it came. But if time has passed, there are updates. I've also asked staff to, the information that I received about what other cities or a few of the other cities have received to just sort of compare it on a snapshot. I'm not exactly sure what their cutoff date was, but that would also be included in the update presentation. So maybe that will get us back all into the space of what we've done, what we have the potential to do, and how much we need to invest and how in order to make sure we are not missing anything. So
I bet you didn't suspect this much discussion at the end of your presentation, but this is good stuff. You're covering a lot of ground. Councilmember Cook.
I just want to say, Mary Grace, you said that you would be able to provide the plans and definitions and the players. And I just want to make sure that is, I would like to see that if you wouldn't mind preparing that.
Yeah, we actually already have a memo prepared, and so
love to hear that.
We can get that soon.
Thank you.
Over to council.
Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I just had one thing, and this is what I forgot. With the county, with the resiliency planning, the kind of strategic meetings y'all are talking about, are we thinking that we're going to have a unified plan, or are we thinking it will be? I mean, I think in some cases it will have to be very context specific, but was just curious. And then, are we bringing Durham Public Schools to the table at all?
I think those are all things that will be determined very soon.
All right, thank you all. We're gonna continue on to the next presentation, but I will say lunch is ready. So if you will grab your lunch and come back in, we'll continue. So we'll take about 5 minutes. If council and the presenting director next could go first or get a lunch so we can continue on. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second, Mr. Lilly, and before everyone leaves the room.
Yes, yes. I have
Sorry.
reserved some closing remarks at the end, but I'm making my closing remarks all throughout the day. And
Hold on 1 second. Councilman Rist. Hold on 1 second.
And I really wanted to say thank you to the Public Works, if there any Public Works folks are still here, as well as General Services, the two departments that came during this hour, a couple of hours. Thank you for all the hard work that you do and the great presentations that you've made today and the way that you work across departments to make sure the city is Bull City strong. So.
And Mr. Lilly for teaching me about urban forestry. Thank you. All right, council colleagues, please grab your lunch and see you back in. my eyeglass case gavel here. We have one more comment about general services. Attorney Propst, can you come back up?
Director Attorney.
Director Attorney. People didn't know you were an attorney, so
Thank you.
we have amazing staff.
Thank you. I just know we didn't get to the last slide, and I just wanted to say thank you for the increased festivals funding. I do want to just let folks know that there has been requests from both residents and then the DCAB Cultural Affairs Board to, I think the original ask was 400,000. And so that is the request of council, is to increase it to that original ask. And so as the DCAB liaison, I am just bringing it here to let folks know, council members know that that is a request. I think we've probably been seeing some resident emails as well, asking us to increase the festival funding to the original ask, which was 400,000. And Director Propst, can you remind me what's in the, I know it's increased, but can you remind me what the number is right now?
Currently, we're funded at 200 with a recommendation for another 100 for next fiscal year for a total of 300.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know when we're taking up those kind of extra items, but I just wanted to bring that to my colleagues. Thank you.
I support. It pays for itself. All right. Welcome. We have next Parks and Rec with Director Wade Walcutt.
Good afternoon. You hear me okay with this mic? Wade Walcutt, Parks and Recreation, also known as DPR. Some may or may not say DPR stands for ADOPE Parks and Recreation Department, but I certainly wouldn't get into that debate.
You're here.
What you see in front of you besides your food is
a clicker that's not working. Let's see if we can help you out there. Gosh, these empanadas are good.
Yeah. There we go. All right. Thank you. What you see in front of you is just a representation of our organizational structure of some of the best people around in the city, but some of the greatest professionals as well. And I'm just very lucky to be a part of their team. You'll see on the left side, you'll see 3 assistant directors. 2 out of those 3 positions are currently vacant, and we're going through the process of hiring for those positions. To the right, you'll see another large area. That's our parks area, park superintendent. So starting left, the business services, that's the area in our department responsible for all of our day-to-day business operations from HR to technology and finance. Moving over, you'll see the community recreation services division, which is exactly how it sounds, of all of our recreation programming and services. And then lastly, you'll see the assistant director position over the planning and development. So that's our long-term strategic planning and thinking and capital improvement program. I mentioned also that more to the right, you'll see our maintenance and operations for parks, for our park maintenance. You'll also see the Office of Special Events, the Office of Culture and Community. And lastly, there's a position that is over our boards, or is our liaison for our boards and commissions and grants and sponsorship opportunities. The next couple of slides, just some brief performance measures. These represent the resident satisfaction survey. These particular ones represent both the variety of programming we offer the community and the overall quality of programs that are offered to the community, which typically meet or just near the benchmark target. Additionally, these 2 slides represent resident satisfaction survey as far as condition of our parks and open spaces versus, or say in addition to our trails and greenways and the conditions of those. And those often dictate our requests, whether it's CIP or equitable green infrastructure funds or any other sources there to help with park and trail improvements.
Mr. Walcutt, just a question. So what's the metric there? So that's like, for example, the target for condition of parks and open spaces per resident survey. Is that like excellent rating, or what's the?
I'm trying to remember what the actual percentages represent. I think these are typical to what most departments as a benchmark are going for and mean. And so it's the level of satisfaction the residents have. I can't remember if like 75% is excellent or 70% is good. I don't.
But it's the level of satisfaction as measured on the resident survey.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes. Our resource allocation table, there's not much difference at all. This is a very flat budget for us. You can see minor differences as it relates to either personnel or operating. And we look down to revenue, it's a very small amount of revenue as well for some of our program fees, et cetera. We look to bring some fee increase considerations to the manager's office at the end of the calendar year. However, any of those considerations come with a lot of market study research, feedback from residents, and with a goal that any kind of increase would not create a financial roadblock to prevent any resident from accessing any of our facilities or services. In terms of budget
I'm sorry.
yes.
I was going to ask about the sliding fee scale and how that was moving along. I know last year when we talked about it, there were some concerns about whether it was actually working or not.
Yes, I believe it is working really well. We spoke recently about, for example, for summer camp programs. And we know that the majority of all families that want to sign up for a summer camp program qualify and use that sliding scale fee. And then it fluctuates, obviously, but most all of our participants are qualify and use that. I'd say somewhere in between that, 75 to 90% probably qualify and use that. In terms of budget highlights, so we are going through and nearing the end of a comprehensive park system plan. That plan is going to come to you after the summer break just for some feedback, just to show what we've gathered so far and get your feedback and questions about what you'd like to see more of, less of, or different. And then once we get your feedback and continue the engagement process, we'll bring it at a final time for your final review and adoption. Also, we know that scheduled this fall, we're looking to open up the Wheels skating rink at Merrickmore Park. The improvements are underway right now. They're doing a lot of great work as we speak out there. One thing we're also very proud of is our playground improvements and doing those all throughout Durham. Within this year and next year, we're talking about brand new playgrounds of WD Hill, Whippoorwill, Sherwood Park, CR Wood. We're in the planning stages of Hillside Park and American Village, and then moving forward, looking at parks like Duke Park, Rocky Creek Park, and Cook Road Park. We have very proud and very excited to introduce a whole new standard of what our playgrounds look like in the city of Durham. Our best example that we've started so far was probably at Merrickmore Park. If you've been there, you can see more intentionality when it comes to universal accessibility and inclusion. So that means for all abilities. So you'll see, as an example, at Merrickmore Park, the pour in place rubbery surface. You'll also see shade sails out there. So those are some new standards that we've made it necessary. We made it a priority to happen at all of our playgrounds. And the same goes for the playgrounds I just mentioned with WD Hill and Whippoorwill and Sherwood. One of the other things that we've stumbled across that have been received a lot of positive feedback from families and parents is the decorative fencing we put around the playground at Merrickmore Park. There's one way in and one way out, and a lot of parents really appreciate that. So when there's other activities going on in the park, they know they can set up shop right here, and they know, all right, they can only get in and out of there. So that's one thing we've been adding as well. Other major park improvements. So some of these improvements are going to include multiple funds. So I know there was a little bit of dialogue about the Equitable Green Infrastructure Fund. So for example, Sherwood Park, CR Wood, and WD Hill are just three examples where multiple funds are going into these sites and literally and figuratively transforming these parks. So you think about WD Hill, we think about the neighborhood, we think about the Fayetteville Street corridor. How can all these connect? And so we're doing everything on our end to make this space and plan this space so it's a safer environment, not only for our residents, but a safer environment for the folks that work there every single day. And so we have a lot of great design put into that and funding thanks to Equitable Green Infrastructure Fund to move forward. We're also transforming Sherwood Park with new playground, new improved courts, lighting, and accessibility through some of the trails. Same thing at CR Wood, named after the department's first director. We have an accessibility grant that we received totaling roughly $600,000 plus capital improvement money and Equitable Green Infrastructure funds. All the ideas, everything that we're doing to all these parks and transforming it did not come from us. These ideas came from the community. So we went to the community, had small group meetings, go to where they are and take their vision and incorporate it in these improvements. Other park improvements, we know hopefully with the capital improvement program, we know there's this $5 million request in there for the parks that are a part of the pre-regulatory landfill program. I'll also jump backward a little bit on other improvements. Thanks to Equitable Green Infrastructure Fund, there are a lot of court improvements that we're making throughout the city, and those are any rectangle. So whether those are basketball or tennis court improvements, I know Councilmember Riss might have heard one or two people comment about they'd like to have some improvements there. Southern Boundaries is an example that we received a grant that I believe that all of you heard just recently. There's other improvements at Rock Quarry and Cook Road and Whippoorwill tennis courts, courts and lighting. So we're happy to have an opportunity to have this funding, and we're using that funding to make big improvements based on what the community is telling us. Just briefly, again, you're very familiar with this. We know that Splash and Play really kind of launched the idea for this bond project, but there are some improvements that we received funding for recently that we can begin to lay the groundwork, literally, for this program. So some of that includes the deconstruction, demo of the old Longmeadow pool that's been closed, and then also some other facilities on site as a result of resident feedback. By doing this, it starts to show the potential of that area and clean up what is often seen as an eyesore. So we can help the community see what the potential of this space could be. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions, colleagues?
I would, thank you for the presentation. I did attend the community meeting that you had on the, that the city had on the parks. And I heard the comments, but I was wondering if you could just talk again about that $5 million, because it's not, we will end up hopefully getting support through the program that we are now entered into, which is all of these sites
correct
can qualify for. This is us fronting money. And could you just talk a little bit more about that $5 million one more time?
Correct. Yes, the 5 parks do qualify for the pre-regulatory landfill program, which means that there is funding available through the state. What we don't know and what the state does not know is when we would have access to that funding. Therefore, what can we do as a city to not just sit back and wait, but what can we do on our own to take some initiative and make some improvements or get creative with some alternatives? So that is the request that we put in for the CIP. There is additional information that the state needs to provide or find out and then provide to tell us more about what we're dealing with. That information then, of course, informs us on how to make better decisions that are curated specifically for that issue. However, the $5 million with more information can help guide us better. Also, there might be some information we get sooner from the state that with this funding, we could have some short-term fixes or changes. For example, they may find out that adjacent city property to the park has just fine surface, just fine soils, and everything's fine there. We could therefore take CIP money if it's approved and look at building a new playground and new shelter. So as an example, if that makes sense. So if one area is blocked off and access is prohibited and that's where the playground and shelter is, we find another area in the same park that's okay, we could use the CIP funding to construct probably a better and bigger and newer playground, as an example. But there will be a menu of options. What's important to us is being informed correctly and then developing a menu of options for us and the community to look at and then receive that feedback and then make, educated decisions.
And you said that it's going to have community engagement, and I know that there is going to be a real effort to ensure that folks are kept apprised of what comes from that study and what our potential remedies might be. Can you just briefly, again, next steps, since we don't have a plan for that $5 million, what can a lot of folks in the community are looking at this one item specifically. So what can they look for in terms of next steps? What is that going to look like? Are we going to continue to hold these forums for educational purposes? Or is this more going to be resident surveys for folks that live around the area? What is forthcoming in terms of spending that money, making those decisions?
In terms of spending the money?
Yeah, so we don't have a plan for the 5 million. We're waiting to hear more information. And then once we get that information, there will be community input. How does that community input? How is it going to come to us? What is our engagement process going to look like? What can the community look out for as they're trying to watch kind of what happens with that $5 million and what's going on with the parks?
A couple things, I guess I could say to that. We have some ideas, like I gave you one scenario of what we could do with the CIP money. And I mentioned to be better informed. So as we also mentioned at the public forum, next steps include the state finding out all the facts and all the information. They provide that to us. We make that known widely. We have some really good community partners that we work with that we've been meeting with multiple times a month. So when that information becomes available, they will know. It'll be through all the city's platforms. We'll know that information's available. Then we'll start developing that menu of options, I would imagine. As far as the very detailed specific vehicles of how those meetings look like and how, I don't know that yet. But because that would, even deciding how community engagement is done, would be done with the community's input, so.
Great, yeah, thank you. I know that you've talked about this in the past and there's been articles written about it, but I just want to make sure that we're continuing to highlight it. This is a great presentation. We're doing some really awesome stuff. There's so much great work coming out of y'all's department, and particularly, like you said, with this focus on intentionality, accessibility. Y'all have heard me say it, and I will continue to say it, but I do think that it's so important to have leisure spaces, to have beautiful and enjoyable spaces where people can go and have fun and relax and not have to just be focused on survival at all times. I also think that these things come with a lot of history in terms of when we've decided to put the money into the development, when we've decided to look into these remedies, and that's just a real part of this. And I think it's just an important piece to remember as we're looking at the financing. And I want to applaud you specifically because I think that you've done a really great job of handling some backlash from the community in terms of some of this, specifically around the lead in the parks. And so I applaud that, and just want to reiterate that when we're looking at these things, we can be excited about them and also sort of recognize the historical disenfranchisement that is the undercurrent of these developments as well. So thank you for y'all's work, and I look forward to getting to work on some of these great projects. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. Wade doesn't receive any backlash. Right. Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I appreciate this. I'm really looking forward to the Parks and Rec master plan. I think that's going to be really exciting to see. I'm glad that you're going to come present to us. We get to have a conversation and then finalize the draft of the plan. So I think that's great. Looking forward to that. Would love to see some big ideas come out of that. And one thing that I'm interested in while we're looking at the performance measures would be San Francisco and Boston, I think, are the first two cities to achieve 100% of residents living within a quarter-mile walk of parks. I would love to just have an understanding of where we're at on that as a performance measure, and be able to track that over time. Are we getting better? Are we getting worse? In terms of thinking about the accessibility of our parks. I guess I'm just curious what you brag about when you go to other places when it comes to Durham parks and recreation. And then maybe this is getting into a little bit too much of a preview of the actual plan, but if there are any, you think maybe big ideas or anything that you've seen elsewhere that you're hopeful for, if you could wave a magic wand, you might see in Durham in the future.
What I brag about, other than city council, of course, that's the first thing that comes to mind. In all honesty, one of the first things I talk about is the people I get to work with. And it's important for me that our culture is strong and our culture is good. Because if people, for the majority of folks that I get to work with every day, if they don't enjoy coming to work, then how are we going to get our parks looking great? And so I spend a lot of time focusing on the strength of our culture and how people interact and making sure they have their needs met, number one. But I do brag about that because as most of you saw at a council session just recently, you saw a team of very intelligent, professional, passionate people that chose a life of public service for a reason. So I'm very lucky to be a part of that. So I know with the people that we have, any opportunity, any challenge in front of us, we're going to be able to achieve. I'm very excited and very hopeful. What I brag about is all the potential of Durham and how I believe that we're on the precipice of something great in so many ways. Selfishly, of course, it's our parks and what a difference they can play in people's lives. Like Councilmember Cook said, they can be just places to be. I brag about the community connection that we make. I brag about youth opportunities. I brag about culture building, the engagement, the health and well-being that we increase in our community, regardless of age or ability. So those are some of the things. I think as we grow, we're going to have more opportunities to leverage outside funding sources, whatever that may be. We have great public-private partnerships now, but I think we're going to have even more. I'm grateful for our foundation that we have, our separate 501c3 foundation and the work that they do. And we've got a great group of recreation advisory commissioners that are really involved in helping us know what's going on from their perspective and colleagues and constituents in the neighborhood, but to challenge and push us to go farther. So there's a lot of great things that the hope and the potential is there for Durham Parks. I'm excited about our comp plan and what the future of our park system could look like. And I know part of that is Central Park and what that can look like and how much more potential it has to impact our entire community. Our communities, our parks, our community recreation centers, how can they become more central community hubs where they can provide services, not just in the traditional parks and recreation sense, but someone could go in there and get information or be able to pay a utility bill or something like that, because that rec center happens to be close to where they live. So it's easier for them. Also, without making it a bad thing or excluding anyone, but are there revenue generating opportunities through the park system? Just to offset some of the expenses that we do have to allow us to expand even more. Whether those are kiosks in certain areas like Central Park could be an opportunity where you could have like food or beverage opportunities in the park and a portion of those sales go back into maintaining the park. I don't know, but willing to explore all those opportunities and see what the future holds.
Thank you. And I love the kiosk idea. And I think that could be something that's not just in downtown, but something that is brought across the city. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Walcutt, again, great presentation, exciting stuff, super, super inspiring. And I'm honored to be on the Recreation Advisory Committee. You're right. It's a great group that provides a lot of critical and sort of input that really stretches what the mission of DPR is all about. I want to go back to Councilmember Cook's comments and build on the comments about the pre-regulatory landfill program. So as I understand from looking at other cities like Greensboro, for example, like DEQ money there's a pot of funds there, right? But my guess is that that's not going to cover what we need, that we're going to have to make continued investments from the city of Durham in those 5 parks. And I don't know if you have any sense of what's the long-term, are we talking like a 5-year of investment in these parks? Or what does the future look like in terms of resolving the issues in those 5 parks?
Sure, it's a very reasonable question, and I think the best answer is we'll have to wait and see. I just think it would not be right to start guessing before we get all the science and data in. However, to try to be responsive, not completely evade that question, I would just say we need additional help likely for funding at the state and federal level. So through local and state and federal funds, I think those are all options that we'll need to consider and start gathering. It is only when we get the full report of information and then we can start articulating our specific ask and looking for specific grants that address those issues that might be helpful to us as well. And I just want to reiterate, like I mentioned, the Councilperson Cook, is get the information, develop a menu of options, and share those, and then go through the best solutions.
I mean, is it safe to say that the $5 million in this year's budget is kind of a down payment, right? Is it safe to say that? This is not the only.
I just look at it as an opportunity that we might have some short-term fixes and we can be proactive and make some accommodations, if we will, so we don't have to just sit and wait for someone else to help us out. We wanted to be able to have money in hand to be able to make some quicker solutions if possible.
And then my other is just a comment, and I'm sure you're hearing this as well. So now that we do have now that we're starting the process with the $5 million in the budget, and I know that based on recent research from DEQ, we've expanded the areas in the park that are now off limits with fencing and so forth. So I'm starting to get feedback from folks. It's inevitable in some ways that like, oh my gosh, wait, we can't use our park, and how long is this going to go on? So this is not a short-term issue, right? This is going to go on for a while, right?
That's correct.
And so just wanted to put a bug in your, but again, I'm sure you're already thinking about this, that people are also curious, if it's a multi-year process for remediating the lead in the soil, what is the plan for providing other ways that people can enjoy these parks, whether, as you said, maybe different parts of the park that aren't affected, but like people are asking those questions like, what can I enjoy my park? When can I use it again? So that plan would also be helpful to know that, and I'm sure, again, you're working on this, but sort of just know that people are starting to ask that question because it is like, that's now a pain
Correct.
point.
They asked those questions at their most recent, virtual forum. As I mentioned at that time as well, I'm a father of 2 young children who've used many of these parks. I'm interested in it just as much as anybody. I think the $5 million is a short-term opportunity that we can do some of those alternative sources. So I mentioned, I mentioned an example, but let's say East Durham, for example, a park that runs along Main Street there. DEQ is going to look on the south side of East Main Street. Look at that. That could be the opportunity, right? East Durham is a very, very small park. If soils look good there, then we would take a portion, if approved, the CIP funding, build a better playground on the other side of the street in Shelter. We would also look at, for example, Northgate Park is another location, and we see how that's oriented. If you can picture it on the map, there is an area that has asphalt, and there's tennis courts, and there's a shelter there, and there's a little cut-through road that's used as a parking lot. Instead of orienting it, if you're looking at a map long ways, maybe we change the orientation to that, and we identify the areas that tested well, and maybe that's where we put new playgrounds and new active spaces. So those are some of the plans, to answer your question, that what we're thinking about to get folks out there. I'd also say, and I know it's not for everyone, is transportation can be an issue, but we do have a lot of other parks available to the community, and we can look at how we can get that awareness out and how people can connect to them by either trail or public transit or otherwise.
Great, thank you. Great answer.
Madam Manager?
I just wanted to add that, you know, it's a combination of the community, us getting in very early with a consulting resource to help us engage NCDEQ in the pre-regulatory landfill program that has gotten us to where we are. But I didn't want the time to pass without, I don't know the number, somebody in here may know the number, but the actual value of the testing and a lot of the things that have been done in our parks by NCDEQ, that actually has a dollar figure. If we were not involved in that process, we would be actually responsible for paying a lot of that. So I just want to shout out the state. Sometimes the state doesn't get a shout out, but in this case, they've been a great partner. They've worked, they've sent their highest level employees to work with us in this space. And if we valued what they've done regarding the actual soil testing, the number could be pretty high. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, Madam Manager, thank you so much for that. In this particular area, the state has actually been kind of responsive. The league, one of the other areas the league is pushing the state on is PFAS as well. So, and helping cities and counties with that. But in this particular area, I want to give them kudos. Great presentation. Good to see you. I'm so excited about Wheels, that opening for Wheels in the fall. It's going to be huge for our community. It was Durham Parks and, well, it was Parks and Recreation, not Durham growing up. Parks and Recreation that saved my life. I mean, programming that really impacted some contouring and decisions that I could have easily made in my environment growing up. So this is a really, really important department that's close to my heart. I do want to say, I want to shout out a couple other cities. Councilmember Baker mentioned San Fran and Boston. I think at the last league conference, Washington, D.C., the Twin Cities in Minnesota, and Irvine in California were ranking pretty high as well in terms of parks, walkability and closeness to parks for individuals. So I want to shout them out. They probably would want to make sure their names were listed. One of the things, aside from lead in the park, something that even before we discovered the issue with lead in the park, that sort of wars against accessibility is, you can't go to the park if it's getting shot up. W.D. Hill has had incidents. Hillside Park has had incidents. So these sacred places for us to congregate and kind of get away from life too often in our city have been deluged with gunfire, and we continue to have gunfire in the city. So while we celebrate these spaces and pour money into these spaces, I think it's important for us to keep in mind also that there's some other things we have to do to keep them safe and keep them sacred. Boston, both Boston and San Francisco have shot spotter sensors deployed around their parks. I know because I visited them. And one of their commitments to keeping the area safe and responsive to them is leveraging everything we have. So we can have a brand new, pristine, good-looking park with all the artwork we want in it. But if young people are ducking and covering, if they can't get to the park because shooting's going on all the time, then, it's a showpiece, it's theater. So while I recognize, even in my own personal life, I recognize what Parks and Recreation did, but also recognize that sometimes I couldn't even use the parks that I grew up around because that's where the business was going on, day and night. So I just want to keep before us, and each of us have things we like to keep before us. So I want to, this is my thing that I want to keep before us, that even as we do the work and buttress and bulk up our funding the parks and making them special places, if our young people are deluged by gunfire, then those parks will remain empty and dangerous. So thank you, though. Great presentation.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciate the presentation, and then very much appreciate the work your department's done around the lead in the park and keeping community members updated. And then the last thing is, can you just make sure to get, whenever y'all are ready to open up Wheels for the community, can you just get it on council calendars way ahead?
Yes.
I think we all want to be there. That's it. Thanks.
Do we need to reserve roller skates for everybody, or do you have your own?
I mean, I might have to get some with my
Okay.
name on them because I used to roller skate a lot when I was little. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Director Walcutt. All right, last one, transportation. Thank you. Welcome.
Just do a quick mic check. You hear me okay?
We hear you. I'm not sure if it's
All right, I'll try it again now. Is that? It's on.
definitely working. Hear the sounds of the nice suit.
All right. So good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. My name is Sean Egan. I'm the Director of Transportation for the city.
Director Egan, I'm sorry. You want to just try putting it on your tie?
Yeah.
The folks listening at home are like, what is that?
How's that?
News ready.
All right. I know you've had a very full agenda today, and so I'll move quickly through this presentation. You may not know this, I'm the youngest of 4 children in my family, and I used to tell my older siblings that mom and dad saved the best for last. So I really appreciate you saving the best for last here in today's session. It is my honor today to represent more than 90 city employees in the department and more than 200 Go Durham and Access transit workers supported by this budget. Our mission in transportation is to provide a safe, equitable, inclusive, and sustainable multimodal transportation system with high-quality infrastructure to improve mobility and to offer everyone in Durham access to necessities and opportunities. Our work is led by 2 assistant directors, Bill Judge, who manages infrastructure development, traffic operations, and safety, and Evian Patterson, who manages our parking operations, as well as our mobility division that plans and oversees transit services. Our business services division, led by Tom Devlin, is responsible for developing this budget, as well as the contracts, agreements, and the many agenda items we bring to council. One new position included in the FY 2025 budget is for a development review engineer to enable us to manage traffic impact analyses and other reviews needed to provide timely responses to development applicants. And this would be funded by proposed development fees with no general fund impact. As discussed at last week's work session by our Vision Zero coordinator, Lauren Grove, crashes continue to take lives in our community, with 29 people killed in crashes last year. The work advancing in the Vision Zero action plan will look at the crash history as well as crash risk in locations where risk factors indicate crashes are likely to take place, even if there is not a documented crash history. The Safe Systems approach focuses on changing the built environment to reduce crashes with a strong focus on locations where crash severity is likely to result in a fatality or a serious injury. These charts show that citywide crash rates remain stubbornly high, highlighting the need to develop and implement the Vision Zero action plan. As described in our mission statement, safety, equity, and access are critical to our work. And these indicators show the progress we are making to improve pedestrian safety with pedestrian signals and ensure access for people with mobility limitations by installing ADA curb ramps at intersections with traffic signals. Continued progress on these measures relies on funding in the CIP recommended as part of this budget process for improvements done with city and state resurfacing projects, as well as crossing improvements at trail crossings, school zones, and identified high-risk locations such as Guest Road, where Matthew Simpson was killed in July of 2022. This last measure for our Go Durham transit system is what I call our crowding index, to make it clear that a higher number means more crowding on our system. We completed a peer review analysis in 2021 and found that most of our peer systems have crowding below 20 people per hour, while we have consistently exceeded 30. Crowding degrades the customer experience on board our buses while hurting bus speed and reliability, as buses are delayed at each stop as people squeeze by one another to enter and exit a full bus. The best way to address crowding is to increase service to correspond with the passenger demand on our system. Over the last 4 years, we have struggled to maintain service levels due to bus operator staffing shortages. I am pleased to report that the new contract and management structure approved by council last year is yielding results on bus operator recruitment and retention, enabling us to restore 100% of pre-pandemic service levels in January of this year and implement our first net service increase in April, improving evening service frequency across multiple routes. Thanks to support from the Durham County Transit Plan in fiscal year 2025, we are planning to expand services in North Durham starting in August 2024 and in East Durham in early 2025, cumulatively growing service by more than 25% from that baseline. Our total budget shows a modest 4% increase in appropriations. As we work to optimize the use of federal grant funds, the FY 2025 budget proposes an increase in transfers to our transit grant fund, effectively an accounting change that does not change service delivery. For our current year FY 2024 transit fund budget, we included the annualized costs for the service expansions we made in April and that we plan to make in August, but these were delayed due to staff shortages. So while we plan service expansions in FY 2025, the appropriation increase from 24 to 25 shown here is only 1.5% since these services were budgeted in 2024. For the parking fund, we are not proposing any fee increases in FY 2025, so revenues are essentially flat. However, due to the structure of debt obligations, debt service payments will increase by more than 15%, resulting in an unfavorable change in our net position as shown in the appropriation from fund balance line item. As we phase out the Durham Chapel Hill Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization activities and close out our Bloomberg grant, the remaining grant funding you see in this table comes from the Federal Transit Administration formula grants in the 5307 and 5339 grant programs. As I close, I want to share that the number one question I get when out in the community is whether fare-free transit will continue in Durham. The manager's proposed budget supports continued fare-free transit through June of 2025, while also expanding transit services, thanks to support from the Durham County Transit Plan. You heard last week at the work session about our Vision Zero plans, and we greatly appreciate council's support for this critical life-saving initiative. The budget also includes funding for utility costs, development review staff, and improvements to our traffic signal network. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
And I love the tie.
I was wondering if you could go back to the resource allocation table for the transit.
Mhm.
and just like go into the weeds with me just a little bit.
Okay.
Because I see some increases under charges for current services. I see 170% increase. And where is that coming from? It's not parking. What is this might be, I see, I see our budget, our lovely budget director is already looking like she might move. Okay, maybe not.
So we account for revenues that we receive from like motor vehicle taxes and other. And so some of that I think is showing up in charges for current services.
Okay.
So it's not fare revenue from our transit system. There are other revenues like motor vehicle fees that are I think showing up in that.
Okay, yeah, because I see a lot of things that I think I might know what they are, but they're vague enough that I'm not 100% sure. Because I see the licenses and permits, doesn't look like there was any change in that revenue. The general property taxes I see, and then we've got personnel and then operating capital. Yeah, I guess there's these like the current services and then the other revenue and then the transfer from other funds. I'm just curious what all that is, but I'm happy to also get an answer later. It's not emergent. I'm just wondering.
So other revenue can be things like disposition of assets. So if we have vehicles that we auction when they're at the end of their useful life, we also have revenue that we get from advertising on the buses.
Oh,
that's
okay.
about $200,000 a year. So I think that may be what's in the charges for current services.
Okay.
We do have other modest revenue sources that would be like any business where we're bringing in revenue where we can, and we're disposing of assets, and there are some revenues associated with that.
Okay, thanks. And then could you just briefly, and you just went over it, but I want to make sure I understand. You were talking about the overcrowding, and this is certain routes that we have that are more populated than others. Like, what is this?
Right.
You kind of tell me what it looks like in real time.
So this is a system-wide average at all times of day throughout the week. What we see when we drill down into specific routes is that our Route 3, for example, that goes out Holloway Street to the Village and to the Glenview Station, Walmart there. We routinely see 50 boardings per hour on the Route 3.
Wow.
So what you're seeing here is a system-wide average.
Okay. So it sounds like there's quite a bit of discrepancy between lines and also times of day, I would imagine as well. Okay.
And so the way that we're responding to the crowding that we're seeing on the 3 is that the early 2025 improvements include additional frequency on the 3 series and some restructuring there. But we're trying to align our service increases with the services that are experiencing the most demand and the most crowding in the system.
And I see that this projected line is going down. Is that because we are anticipating the adding? Okay. And so
as you increase the supply, the ratio goes down.
Okay. And do we have thoughts on, was that increase originally because of the fare free, or do you think that it was related, or because it does appear that it's over 23, 24 that it went up?
So there's a dynamic here where as we add service, we reduce crowding. And so the numbers go down a little bit. However, by making the service more frequent, where people don't have to memorize a bus schedule and they can just walk out to the bus stop and they know there's going to be a bus every 5 minutes or so, it makes the system much more user-friendly. And so what we've seen over the past several years is that as we've done service restorations, we see an uptick in demand. So what I think that tells us is that there is significant unmet demand across our network. And so that's why we have a plan to do about a 50% service increase over the next 3 years, just to basically catch up with the demand that we're seeing in the numbers. And as the service gets better, I expect more people will ride. And so you'll see some ups and downs with this. But the better we make the service, the more people will ride.
Perfect. Yeah, that's great. I mean, not me that's running to my bus in the mornings because it's always on time and I am always late. But yeah, a more frequent bus would probably alleviate quite a bit of my stress, which is self-imposed. But yeah, the bus system is so great, and I love to hear that there is want and need in the community for it, and that as we continue to add those services that people are using that. And we've just kind of been talking a little bit about our citywide emissions. Sorry, I'm very tired, having trouble finding words. Our citywide, our city emissions, and then this is such an important piece of that, right? And also of affordability and so many other pieces go into this. So anyway, you've heard me say it before, but thank you so much for your great work. And I'm excited to see more lines. I'm excited to see more folks utilizing this service. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rist.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Egan, for the presentation. As always, can we go to the parking fund table? So I want to understand the parking fund. So we've got, so the rough budget of like 8.6 million, right? The biggest share of our appropriations is 3 million plus is for debt service. And I assume that's for parking decks we built recently in downtown Durham, right?
It's primarily the Morgan Rigsby.
Okay. And so, and we've got now for the coming year, we've got to balance that, we've got a $2 million in sort of appropriation with the fund balance. So what's our long-term sort of vision for the parking fund? Is that expected to be like paying for itself, or are we expected to be continuing to subsidize that? And then alongside that question is, we just had a presentation a presentation from downtown Durham folks at our last work session. So what they're telling us is that our parking rates are high compared to our neighbors in Chapel Hill and Raleigh. So when we think about that demand to us and the manager for parking rates, and then also these numbers here, that's going to take an ongoing sort of subsidy from the fund balance. What's the trajectory for this parking fund? How do you see this moving, and what do we have to do to make sure it's healthy?
So many of the concerns that we heard last week from the downtown stakeholders are concerns that we've heard repeatedly. And we have a number of initiatives underway to improve the customer experience at our parking facilities. So we're working to improve the lighting, for example, at the Durham Center deck, where we've heard that as a consistent concern about safety and usability of that facility. We are putting new awnings and making some exterior improvements to those facilities. And then we're also undertaking through the CIP a multi-year renovation project to address the system preservation needs across the facilities. So in the course of doing that, we think that a brighter, more welcoming, more attractive facility will help us to increase utilization. We also are trying to provide more offerings. So a lot of the parking industry right now is moving toward advanced payment. So if you want to park at RDU, for example, you have to purchase your parking in advance and make a reservation. You pay in advance, and then when you get there, you just scan your barcode and on your license plate, typically on the way out. So as we have the opportunity to make things like advance payment more convenient, we're in discussions with the Carolina Theater, for example, about whether we can bundle paying for your parking when you purchase your event ticket you can also purchase your advanced parking as part of that. And that would reduce some of the delays that we see entering and exiting our facilities. So we're working on a number of fronts to improve the customer experience. And I think we're going to start to see some real results coming out of that going into fiscal year 2025. But we are subject to the marketplace. We're impacted by the same office vacancy issues that were discussed at the meeting last week by the downtown stakeholders. So fewer office workers means less demand for parking in our downtown. And we have to make sure that we're setting, that our prices aren't consistently at the top of the market, that we still can be competitive. So the policy direction from the council has been that parking should be a financially self-sustaining operation. So we are working on ways to do that from the quality of the customer experience side right now, because we feel like we've, with the current rate structure, there's not the capacity to increase rates. So what we're working to do is improve that customer experience, provide more and better offerings to customers, and have it be a more attractive, convenient experience.
Thank you. And I appreciate the sort of the comments on the sort of customer experience and services is an important piece of that. I guess I did want to go to the numbers question, right? So part of what we've been asked by the downtown merchants is to actually provide discounted parking for employees, right? So given the direction of the council, and this may change at some point, but given the direction that you have to have this self-sustaining, like what's the possibility here? Do we have the ability to discount rates for some employees, given that we're also providing fund balance to help sort of subsidize the fund? So like what's the ideal direction we go to maintain the financial health of the parking fund and address concerns from downtown businesses, but also, do this in a responsible way?
So when we developed the current discount parking program, we worked with the city attorney's office on what qualifications we could use for offering discounted parking. And so the direction that we got was that using whether the person is employed by a downtown business was not an eligible criterion for offering a discount, that it had to be tied to the person's income. And so we went with 60% of the area median income as our threshold for the discount parking program. And we are constrained. If we were to offer it to all employees, it could be considered a gift in violation of state law. So that idea has been proposed repeatedly, but we have not advanced that because of the legal restrictions. We do have about 30 participants in that monthly discount program who have met the qualifications and are using it. It is available. We want to try to promote it more broadly, but we are constrained in terms of what kinds of discounts we can offer as a public agency.
So is fare free busing a gift?
So because it's universal, it's not subject to those same restrictions.
Okay, all right. Here first.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Consulting with my legal representative. So.
I was like, what's the chatter over there? So first of all, I really just want to appreciate what you have done with bus service in particular, bringing Go Durham back in house. I think when that idea was initially proposed, I think a lot of us were certainly like, yeah, let's do it. And then a little also, trepidatious about, are we going to be successful? So I think that has been incredible. I know that your plans around extending service, making more frequent, I'm excited about it. I want to keep it fare free forever because to your point, it gets more people on the bus and that's what we really need. We need less folks on the road. I rode my bike today. On the parking
Hair looks
side.
awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I did do. If anybody watched, there was flipping of hair after I took the helmet off. On the parking side, I think I hear what you're saying. We can't just offer it to everyone, but we could increase. We're doing 60% AMI. I mean, one way to deal with that is just raise the AMI, right? Like it could be 80%, and that's up to y'all. But we are consistently hearing from small businesses around the cost to workers, and then I think also the location of where they're allowed to park, which is, in my opinion, a safety issue, especially for our folks who are closing down kitchens, closing down bars at 2 and 3 in the morning. There are interesting folks downtown at that time, and I certainly want the folks who are our workers in downtown to feel safe. So that's the other side of it. Isn't just the cost, it's the location, because that has consistently come up. So when that conversation comes back to council, trying to figure out a variety of locations based on a zone of downtown that you work in, I think is going to be, will go a long way to our small business community and the workers that are down here. So that's certainly something that I will be asking more questions about. I don't think I have anything else, just a lot of thanks. Transportation is with the department that Councilmember Rist and I work with probably most closely besides planning because of MPO. It's a pretty, it's hard to do transit in this country. So thank you so much for all of your work and all of your department's work.
Tell the folks on Twitter that. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for a great presentation. Just a couple of maybe 1 or 2 questions, a couple of observations. The fare-free zone has not changed the demographic of the rider of our bus system. More, it's still predominantly people of color, low income.
That's correct.
Right. So there's a group of us in the city that have not or will not make a choice to ride our buses. I'm surprised there's a number of people who even advocate for a more car-free city who have never rode the bus or don't ride the bus. So that usually translates to them for protected bike lanes or walking, but not our transportation system. So that's a bit of a paradox for me. About 2 weeks ago, I did one of my no car days. It's number 2 is my line. Buses are clean. They have Wi-Fi. So please ride our buses. And I have noticed more crowding on the buses, but number 3 is more crowded. There's a direct correlation to the census tract it's in because of the people that live there and use it. So one of the things we're going to have to do to destigmatize our bus system is some of us are going to have to make choices. And they're tough because on the days when I use the bus in a combination of Uber, Lyft, walking, costs a little more on that day. But I realized that because of connectivity issues, may have to go downtown if I want to go out to the mall from City Hall or from wherever. So I'm glad to see that we're going to make a conscious decision to increase connections, and hopefully that will spur some more folk in different demographic categories to ride our buses. But if we're going to increase it to where the vision is where we envision it being, then at some point we're going to have to make a decision about the fare free. And I like Councilor Caballero, want to see it go on forever. But if we keep growing the way we are, at some point the percentage of our budget to maintain fare free buses is going to look like what the counties looks like for education, if not more, for a massive metropolis to maintain that. So I guess part of my statement today is while I want to encourage folk to actually use the buses, and you're going to have to make a plan sometime because the connectivity is not like it is in New York or a Chicago. To make a plan to, one, do away with some of the stigma, to drive demand for it. But the folk who are already using it, those folk are already committed to a car-free city. Because a lot of them don't have cars or access to cars. So they're locked in, they're already committed. It's those of us that do, that have got to be more conscious about actually using the system. So with that, I guess, first off, congratulations again on a great presentation. Great job. What is how much longer do you think we can go fare free and still expand? We're talking about expanding. I mean, we our protected bike lanes course, we don't have free scooters. Nothing else is free. So how long can we do this, you think, realistically, and still get to where we want to be and need to be with our transportation network?
So I think, it's important to highlight that fare revenue represents about 5% of total revenues for transit. So about 2 million on a $40 million base. So it is not a large share of our total revenue structure. 95% of the cost of our transit system is already effectively taxpayer funded.
At our current configuration.
At our current
I'm talking about scaled up to a metropolis where we have massive connectivity. You can negotiate the entire city and not have to worry about driving.
So I think the other thing is that as we expand our services, the cost of any additional service is paid for by the transit sales tax, by the Durham County Transit Plan. So those costs are covered. So any expansion, any additional frequency, new routes, additional hours that we offer, all of those expansion costs are paid for through that sales tax. And so there are communities that are really struggling right now and saying, can we afford to expand and can we afford to keep fare free or keep fares at the current level rather than increasing them? That's not a choice that we're facing right now because the expansions are all fully funded by the sales tax. That sales tax can only be used for transit improvements. And we've already worked with our partners. So the budget includes $374,000 from the Durham County Transit Plan for the as their contribution toward fare free. So that further reduces the financial impact on the city. But it is it's going to be a value choice at some point. There are other implications to it, however. We talk about safety, we talk about bus operator safety and bus operator assaults. In Washington, D.C., where I used to work, they did a study looking at the root causes of bus operator assaults. And they found that 2/3 of the assaults on bus operators started as a fare dispute.
Yeah. And I want to keep it fare free, but I want to keep it fare free with a cross section of Durham residents riding it, not just a service for predominantly just lower income Black and brown folk. All of it. I mean, one of the things I loved about growing up on buses and trains, it was egalitarian. On the one hand was a homeless person, and next to me was a stockbroker. Everybody rode the system, and I think that's where, if we're going to truly, reduce our carbon footprint and get to where we need to be, it's got to be an egalitarian kind of, everybody sees it as something that they can use. And if we can do that and keep it fare free, absolutely. So thank you. Go ahead.
There's traditionally been a school of thought that the only way to get the choice rider, the folks who have vehicle access, is to have a separate system for them, such as a rail system, and that those folks aren't going to ride the bus. And so the only way to get the choice rider is to build a separate rail system specifically to meet the needs of those choice riders.
Yeah, we need to stop calling them choice too.
Right. So what I think we've seen evolving over the past few years is to say, well, what if rather than designing a separate system, what if we make significant investment in the system that we already have? And in doing so, it's going to dramatically improve the customer experience for our core riders, the people who are riding today, but it's also going to grow the pie. It's going to bring in additional riders and a broader demographic profile. And so the better we make this service, the more people are going to ride, the larger the share of our community, and it's going to cut across the entire community. And so that's why we are so focused on service. We're focused on the experience at Durham Station, getting ready to do our groundbreaking for all the renovations there. We're focused on the quality of our equipment, our clean, quiet, zero emissions buses. Making those investments is going to make riding the bus a lot easier, a lot simpler, and a much better experience for the folks who are riding today, as well as folks who might be inclined to ride. I think we're going to continue to expand that pie.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was good until you got there. So how far away are we from bus rapid transit?
So we have two studies that we're working on right now. So one of them is being led by the North Carolina Department of Transportation. It's called the Freeway and Street-Based Transit FAST 2 study. So we're working with the team on that to look at regional connections across the triangle as part of the FAST study, including potential for BRT. And then the Durham Chapel Hill Carborough MPO is looking specifically at some BRT choices that we could have in Durham. And so I am very hopeful that this time next year, we will have some clear recommendations coming out of those two efforts that we are participating in. And we'll be able to say, we've identified, this is the recommended BRT for Durham, and we're ready to move forward with that. It's time.
Just to that point, I think it's going to be important or critically important to figure out how to connect to more than just the regional partners we currently talk to. I think Alamance and Vance County are going to be critically important as well. And so I don't know where those conversations are occurring, or if they are, or if they aren't, but I hope they are.
I think that's one of the advantages of working with the state DOT is that they have good relationships across, even beyond the 3-county region that we work most intensely in.
Appreciate going after most of my colleagues because you all have asked a lot of really good questions. We live in a society and a country that is hyper obsessed with the comfort of drivers. We talk about leather heated seats, and we see car commercials and how comfortable can you get when you're seated in a car. And as soon as you're outside of a car and you're trying to get around, our country has left you behind completely. And so you operate in an incredibly challenging space, and a space that we're trying to change and that is resistant to change. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing. It's important to me to work alongside colleagues. It sounds like there's a lot of interest in keeping buses fare free. So whatever conversations we need to start having as early as possible, I support having those conversations with my colleagues. I also appreciated Councilmember Freeman's questions about bus rapid transit. I think that's really, really important. And we're seeing what's happening in Raleigh. We're seeing what's happening in Orange County around BRT. And so I hope that we can hop on board with that as well. I wanted to, since most of my questions have actually been asked, I wonder if it's appropriate to come back just to put it to bed, the conversation that Councilmember Rist raised around the CIP. That'd be appropriate. Is that okay if we come to that? I'm sorry?
The Mangum and Roxborough question?
Yeah. So Councilmember Rist, is that all right with you? So you had asked if there was some way of speeding up that project by additional funding through the CIP. I know that there's some time sensitive stuff right now just because NCDOT. Could you we had a little conversation offline. Could you speak to that and why you made your request and any timing implications and anything else related to Councilmember Rist's request?
Sure. So right now we are working with NCDOT. They have resurfacing plans for Mangum and Roxborough. A portion of the corridor would be resurfaced this year. The southern portion of it would be resurfaced next year. And when we do that, we have the opportunity to change the roadway layout and improve safety and connectivity. And we've done that in places like Irwin Road in the past. But in this case, we have the opportunity to look at the Move Durham recommendation from 2020 to restore the two-way configuration for Mangum and Roxborough as it was in 1959 and prior. So we've been working with the state. We've submitted all of the requested information and we've gotten very favorable feedback so far on that. So we're working toward the goal of being able to proceed with the restoration of that two-way configuration on Mangum and Roxborough. So when we made the request, we looked at, all right, well, what design and engineering services would we need in fiscal year 25 to keep all of that on track? And then what would we need in fiscal year 26 to implement the design? So we did kind of mapped out a schedule. We said, all right, so here's the request that we're going to make for design funding. How long will it take us to procure those design services if that request gets funded as part of the budget? And then how long would it take us to actually complete the design, complete bid documents, which we would then have to go out and solicit implementation services. So as we mapped it out, the solicitation and design work will take the entirety of fiscal year 25. So from the time that the funding would be approved, it would take about a year. Then we would be applying in next year's cycle for the implementation funding. If that funding is approved, we would be right on track. We'd be able to put those bid documents out in June of 2025 to start that implementation process. So the recommendation and the city manager's budget keeps us on that schedule with the time required for solicitation to comply with all legal requirements for solicitations, as well as the actual design work. We're moving these projects forward as fast as we can. And we have developed a strong partnership with NCDOT. And so we're looking forward to getting their support for this and moving expeditiously through this. This is critically important. If we can demonstrate that the reversion to two-way here can be successful on Mangum and Roxborough, it sets the table for other one-way pairs like Duke and Gregson that were also recommended in the Move Durham plan. So we want to move this forward expeditiously. The funding request that we made and that's included in the manager's proposed budget does precisely that.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that back up, Councilman Baker. I guess I'm looking ahead at this fall, right? So once this bond issue goes to the voters, like staff is no longer involved. It's like us at the table and maybe boards and commissions to sell this. And I can guarantee that the first thing that people are going to say to us when we say like, hey, we got a great new bond issue, they're going to say, what about the stuff you've already said you're going to do? When are you going to deliver that, right? And so part of my goal here in this conversation about Roxborough and Mangum is to figure out like, what can we do to show people, like, what can we do to deliver this like 1 year earlier, right? And so my thought was, again, coming out of the conference last week in Greensboro, that maybe simply if we take over possession of the street and don't have this endless back and forth with DOT, which involves some risk, right? There's possibility 3 years from now, we say like, we didn't get it done. DOT is not going to let us, right? And so I'm trying to figure out with the CIP or other ways that we can show residents that we're moving quicker on stuff. Can we deliver faster on Roxborough and Mangum? So whether maybe it's not us taking over the street, but is there something we can do with the new flexibility we have with new things coming in and out of the CIP to like do Mangum Roxborough 1 year sooner? You tell me what that is.
I don't know that there is a readily available alternative to do that. With the time that is required for solicitation and design work, we can do it. I think what is going to be important is maintaining engagement with the community. So we had a really great turnout. Councilmember Rist was at the meeting that we had in March. Over 200 people attended it. That we continue to keep in touch with the community, but also that we use our representation at the MPO to let NCDOT know how important moving quickly on these priorities is. So making sure that that is clearly communicated by us and by all of our partners at the MPO that this is a critical priority. This is an incredible opportunity for Durham. And so we've got to make sure that this doesn't get unnecessarily delayed by administrative delays, that to the extent possible that NCDOT can fast track their review, make sure that we're getting responses back from them as quickly as possible. And I think there's a role through the MPO to really clearly communicate that to DOT that this is a top priority and this is an incredible opportunity to improve safety and connectivity. And we appreciate their attention to this, but just keeping that pressure on and then making sure that as we do get those responses, I'm hopeful that we're going to get those approvals, that we share that out with the community and say, look, this is, we advocated with DOT. We responded to all of their requests for information. We gave them everything they asked for. And now we're moving forward with this. So I think there's a way for us to make sure, and I think it's going to be critical to make sure that this doesn't get delayed by administrative issues. I don't think that the funding is going to be what delays it, but I think that it could be delayed by administrative priorities. And so having that strong expression of support is going to be really critical in keeping the administrative reviews and approvals moving.
How confident are you that we will, in 3 years' time, have DOT approval to do the two-way conversion?
I'm very confident. So I think we've built a strong foundation and relationship with DOT. We've demonstrated good collaboration with them on previous projects. And based on the information that they've requested from us, we've gotten very favorable feedback that this is going to be able to proceed. So that's why we requested the money. We're confident that this can get done. I think the real question is how quickly is it going to be subject to administrative delays? And that's why that support is going to, from our representatives as well as our partners across the MPO, is going to be really critical.
I mean, we have our, I'm sorry, so you have our support of the MPO, absolutely. I guess my final question then is if you're highly confident that we're going to get this approval, again, thinking about the CIP, thinking about our residents and what we do to delight them, right? Can we then move money into the CIP for this next year to begin the design work on Duke Gregson, to move that project? That's when we've talked about this. This is the most dangerous corridor in the whole MPO. Can we move that quicker? So folks see like, yes, we're moving quicker on that one. So we'll get Roxborough Mangum, and right after that we can so can we start design next year in the CIP?
So the CIP includes funding for reviewing upcoming resurfacings. Duke and Gregson are on that list of upcoming resurfacings that we would start that process in fiscal year 25. So that funding has been requested already, and
that's funding to do what again? Review?
To do a study of Duke and Gregson, similar to the work that we're doing now with the engagement and looking at traffic volumes and other issues, the types of data collection that NCDOT requires. So that funding is already included in the.
Which line is that?
It's the continuation of 755, LC 755, I think.
So
it's
that'll start the
basically-
process for.
So that'll start, so that is our ongoing programmatic funding to look at all the resurfacings that we're doing. So resurfacings that NCDOT is doing, resurfacings that Public Works is doing, like on Enterprise and South Side, and then any resurfacings related to a water line project where they're tearing up the street and they have to put it back. So that's our ongoing programmatic funding to be looking ahead at, and the Duke and Gregson is in that 3-year window that we're going to be looking at as part of that process.
And that's roughly how much funds for the Duke Gregson piece of it?
I don't think we've broken it down by corridor, but it would be a significant portion of it.
It's 1 million total.
Yeah, so it's 1 million to be looking ahead at the next 3 years at everything.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, you got a comment?
Yeah, thanks. I guess the request of I mean, it sounds like we already got a yes from what I'm hearing. It's just, I don't know if we just want yes in caps. I mean, and we've been looking for ways to make NCDOT go faster, for generations. So, I mean, I'll send a resolution that says the council orders you to go faster. I don't know what it's going to do, but it sounds like that this process is in play, and I'm comfortable with it. And if the public want to tell the public what you just said. Just explain the process that was described, that it's in work, and I'm satisfied with that. So thank you. Mr. Mayor, I have to get on a call with the league briefly, and I can step back in, but I've got to step out. Please, excuse me, colleagues.
Thank you. Caballero.
Yeah, thank you. I think oh, you're getting water. I was like, where are you going? Yeah, he's like, he's done. So I appreciate everything you just said, Director Egan. I was just saying, I think part of our reticence is that we definitely feel like Charlie Brown with the football when it comes to NCDOT. I can name a few instances of that. And I think you're deeply aware of that. And so I think that's like the trust is not there, especially with the community, especially with a lot of the advocates that you hear from a lot. Restripings were going to go a certain way. There was a yes here. I mean, even big projects like 15501, right? Where our Chapel Hill colleagues have really had that football yanked out from under them. So I think that that's part of our concern as council members. It's not that we hear you and we understand your commitment. It's the other very important partner in this. Sometimes doesn't follow through with what they say and doesn't follow through with their own policies.
Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the advocacy, and I think we're all on the same page. But I did want to track back to Councilmember Caballero's comment about the 80%, and I wanted to express strong support for it even going as far as 120%, just acknowledging that housing costs can often be assisted with transportation and parking costs going down. And so we know that there's been a very high pressure on housing. And so that could alleviate some pressure for some of those downtown workers. This is where most of the parking cost is in downtown. It's one thing that's really present. And for specifically the workers shutting down, I mean, often not just of color, but female. It's important that we make sure that they're parking in very safe spaces. So I just wanted to make sure I voice strong support for figuring out some way to create that ordinance or policy or whatever we need to do on that.
So I think when we were having that portion of the discussion, Fred came in possibly to help us respond. Often when we're looking at setting the main criteria for programs that will distinguish between residents in general, we do use several benchmarks. For example, our down payment assistance program uses the 80% or below the area median income. Sometimes there's, a balance of when you raise the percentage, how much do you anticipate needing to be made available from the general fund in order to actually fund the program? And we've been using the 60 percentile, I think, for about 2 years, and we got 34, 35 participants. You know, obviously, if we go up to 80, that number would increase, and it is certainly something that I believe that we could, could sustain. But I did want, if it's okay with the attorney, for Fred to come up and speak about that.
Good afternoon, Fred Lamar, Fred Lamar with the City Attorney's Office. I think everything that's been stated by Director Egan and you, City Manager, is correct, that for us to be able to provide assistance to those employees that we're talking about, they'd have to qualify in category of low or moderate income. Right now, 60, the reason why we have used 60 is because we know 60% is defensible. How you determine the, 60 or 80 AMI, that's based on what the statistics are for our region. So I think that we should, continue, and make sense to continue to investigate, what qualifies, whether we can bring the 60% AMI up higher or not. That's just something that we would have to look at and try to find legal justification for. But we are really looking at being able to, the legal justification is based on the need, based on low and moderate income need, that we can validate from those employees that need the assistance. I don't know if that answers what you're looking for. I don't think I'm saying anything different than has been stated.
I would just add that even if it were, I don't know if it's possible to look into it being defensible, is if they didn't make the living wage that we set as a city. But I think that might be a good starting point.
So regarding this, I was going to bring this one back up as well. This is one of those issues where I have to, tread the line here, obviously. But I think, let me go back. Let me ask my easier question first, which I think Mayor Pro Tem asked: how long is it feasibly sustainable to remain fare free with the buses? I think did he ask that question?
He did. But, sorry.
And I'm asking that only because of like you said, it's a values decision we're going to have to ultimately make. And I'm with that. I just know that I'm sitting on the board of Go Triangle and I see what's happening around us.
Right now, we were talking about the parking, but.
Right. I want to get the parking.
We benefited from COVID relief funding that was made available by the federal government. There were 3 rounds of that. We used that to pay for increased wages for operations staff, bonuses, a $2,500 retention bonus. We have referral bonuses. So we were able to offer stronger compensation to operations staff because of that. And we've seen our cost of employee compensation has risen very significantly in recent years, but we were able to cover that because of the COVID relief. We were also able to cover the fare free. This is fiscal year 25 is the last year when we would be able to cover those costs based on the accumulated federal relief. So as we go into fiscal 26 to cover the cost of operator compensation, as well as the revenue loss associated with fare free, that will require additional revenues.
Got you. And follow me here. The reason why I'm asking that is because usually one-time money is meant for one-time purchases or one-time initiatives, but that's until it becomes a values decision. And we're going to do that. I hope, colleagues, I hope we maintain that, considering that the fare contribution to the budget is so small. However, I also want to be realistic. We're not Europe, and we tend to pretend that we are almost Europe sometimes. And I hear a lot of folks in the community saying, why can't we have this? Why can't we have that? As if we're Amsterdam and there are bikes everywhere. And I think you and I have talked about this, you know, and I think that we do have to set that as a goal because they started somewhere, you know. But I don't want us to, you know, suffocate ourselves so much that we're trying to get, you know, somewhere where we may be in 50 to 100 years by next year or in the next 5 years. I just want us to be realistic with that. And then I think about, you know, the rising cost of housing, you know, and the cost of living rather. And that's on the residential side. The same thing, and I'm the only one that sits on this council that experienced this, but the same thing is happening, if not even worse, on the commercial side, where there's price gouging, not only in the cost of for the tenant, but also the cost of product. And, you know, you're also trying to keep up with, you know, paying competitive wages. Not even competitive right now. It's just making sure folks can actually live, you know. And there is another restaurant today that just filed for bankruptcy, and there are more to come. You know, it's just really, it's really hard to sustain. So when you have employees that are saying, "Look, I'm paying $300, you know, a month or more," actually.
$140 a month is our standard monthly parking permit.
So $140 a month, based on the amount of hours that we're working, whatever, which would be based on how many employees are working at that particular establishment. I guess what I'm trying to do is make sure that we are able to respond to the holistic picture because it is all connected. And I feel sometimes we're responding to a very specific thing without looking at the full picture. And that gets, I think that's what the frustration was with the small business owners. As a matter of fact, I know that's what it was. You know, they're looking at the whole picture. Like there's not a lot of foot traffic downtown, and we don't have any, you know, major entities other than like DPAC and the Bulls that are pulling people downtown. You know, so it's getting harder and harder to do business. Carolina Theater, we have some assets, but you know, like there's no major draw. We don't have a convention center. You know, we don't have those things. So I just want us, as we're talking about this, it's not just about the parking fee. It's not just about the bus fare. It's about what types of value, you know, decisions we are going to have to make. And when it comes to, you know, at the end of the day, we are running a government. And, you know, we have to generate that revenue somewhere, you know. And when it comes to bus fees, I don't even sweat it because it's so small. But we do have to keep in mind what's happening holistically. When we aren't, the city, look, we generate revenue through taxes. Everyone else generate revenue through business. And if business is tough, not only the business is going to suffer, but also the people who are working in the business. And so I think that's the full picture that I hope we're taking this conversation in with.
Just really quick, I just want to share, you know, part of the reason that the revenue side is so small, with reintroduction of fares, which we are not doing, is because we'd already done large carve outs for seniors and youth. So the percentage of the population that was even paying a fee before we even went fare free was already small. So I think that that's also just a difference in our system, is that what I think it was under 21 you weren't paying, and then as a senior you weren't paying. And that was a decision we made long before COVID. And so bringing fares back, we're never going to make a ton of money of it because we were never charging the full, all of the riders anyway. So,
And just to add on to that, I would say that we're also skipping the cost of putting those fare boxes in, which could be, I mean, on an annual basis, you're updating, all of that stuff is expensive. Like there's some cost savings in the no fare as well. It's not just a negative. But I was gonna actually just I think I lost. But I do want to just touch on what you're saying, because the full picture also has to include the environmental impact. And so that piece can't be lost, because we need, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we need everybody to use the buses so that there are less cars on the road. I mean, I drove an electric car today, but it's still the battery. And, you know, these things aren't going away. So all in totality, it's all connected. And so making sure that that environmental impact is not lost, because that's a cost too.
Yeah, I
appreciate you pointing it out. It's not limited to that one thing, but that is the one thing we can have an impact on today.
Yeah, and I want you all to know, I really don't care about fees because it just doesn't have much of an impact to the overall picture. But when it comes to parking fees, it doesn't stand alone from, the cost of living, the cost that it takes to actually come down. I mean, and also think about the quality of life of the individual that is serving the table. Where they have a good night, they're making $200. They have a slow night, they may make $40. And just thinking about that psychologically, I think, hopefully it will help the enhancements that we're doing to putting the word out more about the programs that are available. But I of course also want to be sensitive to the message that it sends, that we raise parking fees up to X amount, then we raise it again. Glad we didn't raise it this year. And we're thinking about, also looking at how hard it is to do business in Durham. And doing business in Durham is something that I feel has become absent in this entire conversation for the last couple of years. And I want to bring that back. And that's part of the reason why I'm sitting on this council. All right. Any more questions? Councilmember Cook.
Look, I've been pretty mundane today. We talked about this, actually, you did a presentation on environmentally friendly buses and stations, charging stations. Again, sorry, my vocabulary is out the window. And at the time you were talking about federal grants for some of that. Because I'm hearing this conversation, which is like, none of us want to charge fees for the buses. I'm like, anything we can do to keep the fares free. And like Councilmember Freeman just said, it's not only a loss in income, there are also costs associated with collecting fares. It sounds like we're all sort of on board if that is a slight loss, to take that loss, but we also have to couple that with expanding the routes. I mean, we are definitely like making great investments at the main bus station, but it can't just be that all of the buses, we've talked about this before, go to the bus station and then go out, because this is a huge issue as to why people don't take the bus, because if you have to always transfer at the same stop and then get on a different bus, your time in transit just is extremely long, speaking from personal experience. So anyway, we've got these like multiple pieces going on where we're like, we need to expand. And as we expand, we get more ridership, we have a better environmental impact, all of these things. And also we don't want to collect fares. It sounds like going after grants is another really great pot of money. Can you talk a little bit about what the opportunities are there and what that might look like come November if things might change?
So anything that we can do to bring in external sources of funding is going to make these choices easier. It's going to reduce the need for reliance on city sources. So any funding that we get from the federal government, so we got 10.8 million for Durham Station from the Federal Transit Administration. We've gotten 5.7 million in funding from the low and no emissions bus program at FTA. We got $2 million from Representative David Price through the appropriations process. We got funding from the state Department of Environmental Quality through the Volkswagen diesel emissions settlement. And then all of the funding that we bring in through the Durham County Transit Plan, through the sales tax, all of that funding that we bring into our system reduces the cost burden on the city. So I would say for anyone who has friends in Washington, D.C., we have 2 applications pending right now. One of them is to the low and no emissions bus program for charging equipment and new buses. And then the other one is to do bus stop, sidewalk, and pedestrian safety improvements on the Holloway corridor through the federal RAISE program. So the more funding that we can bring in from these external sources, it was really exciting that Durham County stepped up this year and supported the funding for Fare Free, the $374,000. That effectively repurposed, like Councilmember Freeman was talking about. That money was programmed to go to fare collection equipment, basically. And what we suggested to them through our request was, rather than pay that money for fare collection equipment, what if you converted that into a block grant that would support fare-free service? And that way, those dollars stay right here in the Durham community. So the more we can advocate to bring in those external funding sources from other local sources like the sales tax, from the state, like the DEQ, and then from the federal government. I'm told that a text message is all that it takes to get a federal grant, right, Mr. Mayor? So I'm waiting for that text message back that we've won both the Lono and the Holloway raise grants, but we're aggressively pursuing those external sources, and we have a strong track record of success with that. And each one of those wins makes it easier for us to do things like continuing fare-free service.
Okay, and outside of like us having friends in Washington, do you feel like you are getting the support that you need, or are there other things that you could have within your department that would make going after those aggressively more feasible? Something, is there anything that we could do to support you in that?
So earlier this year, council approved a contract that we recommended for grant writing support from a professional engineering firm. When we get these notices of funding availability, it requires highly specialized expertise on a very quick turnaround. And so the approach that we've taken is to say, all right, well, we know there are going to be opportunities over the next 3 years with the bipartisan infrastructure law. We're going to have a contract available to us so that when the notice of funding opportunity comes out, we've already got access to the expertise. It's also a workload management. We need a huge spike in hours to prepare all these applications, to pull together all these technical materials. So there's not a way to do that with FTEs, because we need them for these 60-day sprints, and then it's quiet for a few months, and then the next notice comes out and we have another 60-day sprint. So using the contracted services gives us access to that expertise as well as those workload management resources. So thank you.
Great. All right. Those are all my questions. I just, colleagues, take the bus, bring your friends on the bus with you.
Yes,
It's, I mean, y'all should hear me, but I'm like always trying to tell my friends, I'm like looking up their bus lines for them. Our bus system is awesome. So yeah, let's also demonstrate the things that we want to see on this council as well. So
you don't need to download any apps or anything. As long as you have Google Maps on your phone, you just press the transit button wherever your destination is.
Yes,
It'll tell you
real-time
in real
updates.
time how many minutes away the bus is from your stop.
Because those buses be coming early sometimes.
Sometimes
they are
on-time
efficient.
performance continues to be a challenge for us. We're working on it, but we want to make it easy. and
Well,
convenient.
yes.
Just making sure you do share where we are, or I guess how far out Wellens Village updates. Yeah, for the translation were.
So we won a Federal Transit Administration grant to look at the creation of a mobility hub at Wellens Village. We are under contract right now with a consulting firm. We had a great work session a couple of weeks ago that I participated in to look at examples from places like, I think Bend, Oregon was one of the examples of a mobility hub location that had been phased, where they were able to move pretty quickly with phase one, but still accommodate future phases. And what we told the consultant team and what we heard from our partners was this needs to move now. We've been talking about this for a decade, making improvements. It's the second highest boarding location in Durham, behind Durham Station. And we've been talking about improvements there for a decade. And if you go there today, you don't see any. So we are moving forward, we're looking at these best practices and examples, but we're under contract and moving forward with recommendations to really have something in the ground as soon as possible there.
And colleagues, I am, just so you know, whenever there's a application sent to the federal government, you will probably shortly see a trip to DC right after that I'll take. I'm spending a lot of time in DC talking to our representatives. I, for some reason, can't seem to get in touch with Senator Budd, but Senator Tillis has been very responsive and supportive of Durham, believe it or not. And well, you on the league, you're rerunning the league now, so maybe you can help with that. And Congresswoman Fushi has been very helpful, and even Congresswoman Deborah Ross and Wally. They've all been working very closely as a region to help, bring over things here in Durham. But yeah, we're putting the full court press on these applications. To your point earlier, as far as capacity. I want to say that where there's opportunity to press, we are, and if we can press more, then we will. And I think, in the coming year, probably will be good for, some of you ought to come on some of those trips to DC and walk those halls and talk to other Congress members. It's just really helpful, and having a great relationship with the Biden-Harris administration. They sort of give you that endorsement, like the intergovernment affairs. They'll say, hey, the Vice President office will call and say, hey, Mayor Williams is here. You need to make sure you meet with them, and Secret Service will carry you to the offices and you talk about your projects in this city, in this region. That's what I've been doing in DC, and it's been very helpful, very helpful. Yeah, this is good. Thank you, Director Egan. All right.
So gotta do my thanks. So the last two departments, I think Parks and Recreation team, the Parks and Recreation team may be gone, but they're probably streaming in their office. But I do want to thank Sean Egan, Transportation, as well as Wade Walcutt of Parks and Recreation, and their very capable teams in bringing you this additional information, being able to respond so expertly to the questions that you have about these very, very important areas that the city has a major role in, the quality of life of our residents here. So thank you, teams.
All right, colleagues, any closing comments for today?
Just one. I really just want to give a shout out to our former council member, Charlie Reese, and appreciate the dashboard and how it's come to flourish, or how it's come to fruition in all of our presentations today. And just noting like those, having that information available to the public, to the general public from those dashboards is really helpful. And so it was good to call it. That's all. Thank you.
And this is, y'all noted that I was late today. I did have a personal emergency last night. And I also want to give a quick shout out, which is that we talk a lot about our first responders in terms of, and we have to own that there have been quite a bit of violent gun-related incidents over the last couple of weeks. And we talk a lot about our first responders and how excellently they respond to those situations. My experience last night was in the emergency room, watching the receiving end when folks get brought in or present at hospitals, and just the immense organization and absolute skill that those folks that work in the hospitals, every single person from the EMS dropping somebody off to the person calling the codes to the person entering the things in the computer, seamlessly working as a team. Also, because we live in Durham, a great place to learn and a great center of health education. Students witnessing that seamless transition and watching and being able to assist in those life-saving measures. It just was pretty incredible to witness firsthand, and also extremely heavy and difficult and traumatic.
And just want to say my appreciation for those folks who do that day in and day out. And we've talked about it before, and we've got to do better in that, because the trauma that exists from one singular violent episode, it just creates a ripple all across our community. So just want to say appreciation for them, and appreciation to all my colleagues for checking in on me and allowing me some grace this morning. So thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, colleagues, I think that, accountability is key. And as I'm looking through all of the information that we went through today, I am just, first of all, I'm just so impressed by the staff. It's information, in a sense, information overload for us, but it's our responsibility to receive and process all of this. But I also appreciate you all together being able to really dive down into all of this, and Madam Manager, you leading your team with Christina, really just, you all are putting the DNA of the city on display right now, and we're able to see all the way in through it. And I think that, it, as technical as it is, it puts your values out there on display. So I'm really impressed with that. I'm really excited to see what we have here. In the same vein, I want to be very honest that, it goes back to the resident survey. And Mayor Pro Tem, you alluded to this earlier. The number one resident survey this year was public safety. The number one resident survey, folks just wanted to feel safe. And number two was pretty much infrastructure, streets and sidewalks and so on and so forth. We have a bond that we're hopefully going to have on the ballot this year, so we're responding to that. We have the Vision Zero coordinator. We're responding to that, with street safety, just trying to end vehicular fatalities. We are, we're doing a lot in that space, but I gotta say, I think we've missed the mark when it comes to the number one resident survey, public safety. And I know we say ShotSpotter a lot because it's just, it was one software, and there are philosophical differences about that. It was also $215,000, and I think about our urge to really, provide blank checks for some areas and, be really tight in others. And that I just want us to be aware of that. This is not an attack to either any of you all, from me to you or whatever. This is just me sitting on this council with you, owning this space. And the reason why I asked the police chief to start putting the shellings in the report is if a single apartment can get sprayed 102 bullets, and then the next few days, 52 bullets, and people are, it's so much of a daily news report that we've become numb to it in a sense. And yet we've yet to find that as a crisis. So I want us to be very, very present and sensitive to that there are community members who are just community members that are asking for street safety, or there are just as many folks, if not more, asking for, hey, I'm tired of looking for bullets over my shoulder. And I think that, just like the business owners came in here and said, look, it's hard to do business in Durham. I don't know how to respond when someone says it's hard to live in Durham. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. So our budget states what it states. And I hope that, we will, and this is not something we go all in dialogue about. This is something where you go home and you think about it yourself. You look in the mirror and you say to yourself, what am I going to do about it if I'm in a position to do something about it? So I just wanted to just put that out in the atmosphere. I think we missed the mark on public safety. I think we're hitting, on infrastructure. And I think that's where we are. All right. Do you have any closing remarks, Director Riordan or Madam Manager? All right. We'll close out with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. I first want to thank you all for engaging us for more than half a day, almost 2/3 of the day, so that we could be in a place to help amplify what you received in the document and as it was presented on last Monday night as the manager's budget recommendation. Once that recommendation hits your desk, we are continuously in dialogue, either in public and one-on-ones and other places, looking at, what we need to do to finalize this budget for your consideration on June the 17th. Now less than a month away, with one more public hearing to come up on June the 3rd. One of the things we do when we are here, and I want to say thank you to this very excellent budget team who ears are perked, listening, taking notes, looking for what we have to follow up with you on. Sometimes it's an information request just to be considered later. Sometimes it is, it is something that's going to impact the budget. So as we're going to reconvene tomorrow, but every hour that they have in order to work on something or, rerun numbers as we're trying to keep a $670 million budget balanced. It is important for us to have, clear direction when it comes to number changes. I've heard, some discussion today. I wasn't taking notes. I don't have any notes here, but I did want to request on behalf of the budget department and the leadership team, if there is something that you all are wanting us to, or the collective or the majority wanting us to, to make it a specific budgetary change. If you know it today, it gives us a day to work on it. If there is not anything, then we come back to have more discussion tomorrow. Or, if you want to think about things that you've discussed here a little bit and give us final direction tomorrow, that works for us as well. But I wanted to end the meeting with a thank you to budget, to the leadership team, and with that inquiry of you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much. All right, we will adjourn this meeting at 2:30.